All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Model Affliction Monday. Soon to be something else. Not quite sure what yet though. Going to be changing things up a bit, big time. Mainly because I came into this whole thing on a mission, trying to find what was going on in the world, just why people were seeming to be different. And now I don't know whether it's a growing up thing. I don't know whether it's the age of people are, the confidence that they get given in schools, or I I don't know what it is, but I was on a mission to try and work out what was going on. So I ended up here because of a few really strange events within social media. Now, just recently, I've been going back to the roots to find out, to recap, to finish off what I've been doing here. Now, I don't know how many people are still with us. Probably a lot of people have ended up leaving and leaving this because of these trolls that I'm talking about. And I'm going to be mainly addressing this attitude of people to the want and the will to shut down conversation. The most of the conversation and most of the learning that I've ever done in my entire life has happened within the conversations that I've had within this Discord server with the people that are in here. The conversations that I've had, well documented, over 900 videos now. Probably the most extensive video collection of conversations with the model afflicted. Call me model afflicted if you want, but the conversations will stand as a testament of just conversations with people. You choose whatever way you want to look at them, but the idea is that the conversation happens. And what I've found is that the learning conversations that happen within the Discord server, not mainly in these nights. This is where I get a chance to let everybody know that all of the lies and stuff get told about us everywhere. Well, those lies, obviously, you can see what we're saying. The people that I'm going to talk about tonight, these, I call them the Twitter trolls, always have been. They're the ones that drew me in because these people, as they're saying right now, these people will not voice talk. They won't do it in voice. They have no rhetoric. Everything they do has to be scripted. There's nothing original comes out of these people. Even you can hear it when they're talking. It's just a scripted stream of information that they've either read out or got from somebody else, shadow giants. We're after the true conversations that I think only a few people can have, really. Most people want to listen to those sort of conversations, not this ridiculous troll conversations. Now, the troll conversations that we've been having have been learning. Learning really how to converse with people, how to actually talk about a topic, because it's pretty obvious that there are a group of people that purposely cannot talk about these things. So they have to obfuscate, they have to misrepresent, they have to misunderstand. They just have to do whatever they can to avoid the actual topic of the conversation. Constance says, all their product is uniform, as if it's approved from upstream. Canned responses, same old bad jokes, and a horrent behaviour. Twitter trolls. That's what they're like. But I mean, I'm pretty sure it goes on everywhere else. And the way it normally goes is you encounter these trolls and then move on. Block them, you do whatever. I don't do that. I've been studying them purposely. I've been watching them, watching their behaviour. They were the ones that brought me in. I then found a new arena of talking to people. And there's a different type of troll, but very similar. And the tactics are very, very the same. There are people who talk, and then there are other people, call them farmers' boys, who disrupt. They distract. You've got all sorts of different trolls, especially within this arena, the voice talking arena. And the only thing is, like I've been saying all along, I'm not a flat earther. Don't think that I'm a flat earther, because I'm not. I'm just a normal person. Treat me as everybody that's out there. I can take any position. I have no model. It doesn't really matter to me. Reality is reality. That's it. There's nothing else to deal with. The conversation about it, yes, I will have conversations about any of this with anybody. I've developed proofs and all of that that nobody seems to want to talk about. So the videos and all of that sort of stuff will have to be made. I'm going to cut myself off from these trolls very soon, and then engage in a new conversation with a new set of people, knowing that these people I'm going to be leaving behind have absolutely nothing. There's no purpose for talking to anybody in this arena, the one that we've been in. This particular Discord server is completely different. You won't find anything like it anywhere else. These conversations that we have here, no matter what people tell you and how they try and misrepresent us, what they're doing is they're talking about themselves. They cannot talk, so therefore they'll tell everybody else not to come here, because they struggle to know that other people can talk and converse and have discourse. It's natural to have an argument with people, but that's a discussion over a matter. It doesn't matter what matter. You can talk and you can have opinions. Everybody can talk about anything. That's where we are going to be going, but actual conversation. I will be leading topics and anybody else is free to come into it. Also, if you're willing to do that, if you think that's for you, that's where we're going to be going. Discussions about all different matters. I will be focusing on my proofs, the realizing Euclid tests. I'll be doing that, and we'll also be doing the learning within the philosophy. We'll be doing that also. But the one thing we won't be doing is bothering about trolls that are worthless, have nothing. They just try and disrupt, and they purposely can't conversate. Oh wait, so let's go. I've got some of these Twitter things in here. Let's see what that looks like. The screen, yeah, good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Got quite a few. There was a few over the weekend. Now, what happened at the weekend was because obviously everybody knows, right? I'm not a flat earther, and everybody knows we now have the real globe. So the real globe, I was telling the trolls on Twitter about it, because the main idea is to show that even though we have the real globe and we have proofs of the real globe, so a conversation with the globers that we know have no proof should be good, because we can now have a common element to talk about. We can talk about the proof of the real globe, and they can talk about their proofs that they have with their globe. And then we can show them the proof that we have that it's not flat. Then they can have a proof to show the flat earthers that it's not flat. It's not going to happen because these people are scared. They can't even talk about their own globe. But one of the tactics that we had was a conversation about how you can call people liars. This teacher says about me doxing her. How far did we get on this? Oh, we was talking about this teachers and a profession and doxing. She thinks I don't think that this woman, this Canadian teacher called Casey, is actually a teacher. Just a Twitter troll. Spends on Twitter all day, sending all messages. So I don't know whether she's allowed to at school, like while she's teaching her kids. Right now, here we go. This is where it went a bit silly. A line that was some geometric stupidity. So, oh, this is don't feel like this, but this is what they do. This is one of the tactics that these people do. You might have seen it. Casey says, wow, Bev, that's complete nonsense. Do you actually have people who agree with you on any of this? And before I can answer, before you know anything, a farmer's boy pops in and says he's got lots of faithful brackets moronic followers. So don't feel like, you know, a farmer's boy. But yeah, anybody that listens to us, farmer's boy, this farmer's boy anyway, thinks he's moronic. He's scared. He ran away. This farmer's boy ran away when we were at Bedford. And then Casey says, or does he have a few and then other people that like to laugh at him? That's Casey, the Canadian teacher. Thinks that people like to laugh at other people. I say absolutely is my reply. Absolutely. The real globe can be proved by proving reality to be reality. Everyone knows that reality is globe. The real globe is obviously provable in reality. Everybody agrees this. I don't think we could fault that with anyone, right? If you can prove things in reality, then you prove the globe, reality. The real globe is reality. So if you can prove something in reality, then you are proving the real globe. There can be no doubt about it. It's not a model. You're proving the thing in reality. It's got to be the real globe. And Casey says, you have people that don't understand the words you use any better than you do. You have, however, figured out if you use those big words with confidence, you can convince stupid people that you know what you're talking about. That's a grift, Bev. Casey thinks me coming on here to show everybody how we are in reality, she thinks that's a grift. A Canadian school teacher on Twitter. Obviously, this is how teachers behave. And I say, you can't grift by showing people the proofs of the real globe. I've told you that I'm not a flat earther. I'm a real globe knower. There you go. That's a new term. Maybe we get a t-shirt for that. I'm a real globe knower. Ask me. just because, and then this is Devil's Replacement. He's one of the really stupid trolls. Absolutely nothing. He says, just because you think flat earthers are dumb, non-deny elevation, brackets that I've seen, and everything you post is flat earth. Embrace being...
Hang on, Bev. You don't think I'm dumb?
No.
No, I didn't think so. He's a liar.
Well, we'll get into that in a bit, I think. He says, embrace being lumped in with less intelligent people. It would make you appear smarter than you appear now. So he wants to lump me in with what he calls less intelligent people. Now, this is not the view I hold. Flat earthers are they're just normal people. And I know, in particular, that these people misrepresent everybody. They misrepresent me, and I'm not a flat earther. So what are they going to do to flat earthers? They're just going to... I think, personally, right, the flat earther that these people have made up doesn't actually exist. It's not a real thing. So what they do is they have labelled everybody, or they've made a label of a flat earther. It's a fictional character, really stupid. And then they label people that name, and then they can call them and say they're less intelligent. It's a way to shut down conversation. Personally, me. These people are very good at not talking about certain things. They've practiced it for years. These Twitter guys and girls and theys and thems, these and those or whatever, they've been practicing this tactic on Twitter. No doubt they've done it on Facebook and all of that. They've got all of their memes and stuff and their counters and their videos to show and all of that sort of stuff, right? So this is why I say flat earth doesn't exist. These guys have made it up, and these guys, to me, this is flat earth society. These guys are the flat earth society because they've made up a fictional flat earth. I'll go over all of that. This is what I'm going to be doing from now on in. We're exposing this bullshit. The whole fucking thing. Me, personally, definitely not. I do not think flat earthers are stupid. If anybody wants to call themselves a flat earther, that's up to them. I will not be automatically assuming that they're not bright.
Thanks, Bev. I appreciate it.
And that goes for anyone. Anybody wants to label themselves with whatever they want, that's fine. Anybody comes in here and starts labeling other people, no, we're not having that. That's going to be gone. No more. This guy, I really dislike this guy today. I've not had a very good day. And sorry for if I'm going to be going overboard. Fuck it. He says, all your past posts, you lie and say she isn't a teacher, despite you knowing now that all of us she is. This guy's grammar is probably the worst ever. He says, you claim anyone who says you are setting is a fake, letting about the profession because they disagree with you. And you have no reputation to be harmed. Basically, he's saying that I have no reputation, so I can't be slandered or libelled. So these guys can say whatever they want. He says, I lie because I don't believe that she's a teacher. This is one of the things that you will learn of the people that we are dealing with and the people that we talk to. If they don't believe you, then you become a liar. That's one of the characteristics that these people can go with. And that develops to all sorts of other things. It's why it's not really worth talking to them. But we'll go through it.
And by the way, this is pure projection.
Yeah.
Because this is also circular reasoning, because if they don't like you and then they call you a liar, this is no causation here. So, this is just pure projection without any reason.
And this one here, Casey says it's shit like this that happened often. That showed somebody else was posting to my account, right, to your account. And if you look at it here, it says Bev's only said that level is horizontal. And that's for that, right? Casey said, and reported me as well to Twitter, somebody else was posting on my account. I was handing my account over to other people because I wrote Bev's only said that level is horizontal. Because their tweets and everything is Bev said this and Bev said that. Bev did this, Bev did that. Not actually talking to me. They're talking to each other about things that Bev said that Bev didn't say. So I comment once, Bev's only said that level is horizontal. And she says, somebody else is tweeting. So she's reporting me. And she goes around telling everybody that I swapped accounts. And guess what? The person that she says was on my account is the one that she says tried to dox her. So she tries to link me to somebody who tried to dox her, apparently, through this. Because I put fucking Bev on my thing. They're dishonest, these people. Especially this one here that claims to be a teacher. Really bad. So a woman tells everybody that I swap accounts. Because you're not allowed to hand over your account on Twitter to somebody else. It's not allowed. But she's telling everybody that I did it. Somebody else was posting on my account. No, never happened. I've never been suspended and I've never been banned from Twitter. I've never done one thing wrong. The amount of times these people have tried to report me and do all sorts of things. This is how I came in here. Because this was all I ever got on Twitter, and I thought, I'm going to need to talk to somebody about this to see what's happened. And now I've been studying within the trolls within the voice community. I think I've got it down packed. So if anybody else wants to come and talk about this sort of stuff, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be exposing troll tactics and the way these people disrupt communities. This is the bit now. This is where it gets into it. Bev, I didn't call you a liar for not believing me. I said that telling me you don't believe me is calling me a liar. I'll say that again. Bev, I didn't call you a liar for not believing me. I said that telling me you don't believe me is calling me a liar. And if you want to flip that around and say that me saying I don't believe you is calling you a liar, I'll remind you that I've explicitly called you a liar. So, social media works like this. You're having a conversation with somebody. Somebody says, I don't believe you. That means they're telling you you're a liar. Not that your claim has to be verified either way. No. You can just not believe somebody and then call them a liar. According to this Canadian teacher in schools, right? Imagine having your teacher telling you, imagine your teacher doesn't believe you about you not doing your homework. You haven't done something, you've got an excuse, and the teacher doesn't believe you. This teacher will call you a liar. And if your parents happen to be a joiner or a brickie or something like that, and had a level and, you know, knew that level was horizontal, she'd call your parents a flat earther and call them grifting or whatever, just because that's the way this person believes things are going. Now, if I don't believe somebody, that doesn't mean I'm telling them that they're lying. It just means I don't believe people. I have to verify things in order to have a knowing, right? There's no reason to believe anything. What you learn, it coming up very soon, is a thing called epoche. And that's withholding judgment until you know. So there's no need to believe. You can just hold. It could be true, could be false. Don't know. You don't automatically have the right to call somebody a liar. So now you know that all of the times you've ever heard anybody calling me a liar, it's because they just don't believe me. When I say something, if I could say pi is a constant and doesn't vary, Blue Marble Science could say, well, what about variable pi, you liar? That's the way these sort of things work, and with these particular types of people. This one is a Canadian school teacher. At least she tells everybody she's a Canadian school teacher. Like I say, I don't believe her, but I'm not going to call her a liar. And I never have called her a liar, even though she does call me a liar and has called me a liar for years and told everybody I'm a liar and got all her friends to call me a liar and call me a flat earther and do all sorts of things like that.
But wait a second. Something doesn't add here. She said that she wrote that she is not calling you a liar because you don't believe her, but she called you a liar because you said that. So if you think that you don't believe her, it means that she will not call you a liar. But if you write it, then she call you a liar. And by the way, when you are saying that you disagree with something, like this pi, for example, it means that you think that the opponent is wrong. So it doesn't imply that someone is lying, is just mistaken or wrong. This is not lying in, let's say, law sense.
She could very well be a teacher. From my experience, the last couple of years of the internet, there are teachers that post on social media. And most of these teachers, there is an ongoing theme with them. I mean, the audience probably know what I'm saying. These teachers are happy to teach children things that shouldn't be taught to children, all sorts of things. So I can believe that there are teachers out there who think it's okay to go on the internet and do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, we will be getting into that sort of stuff, yes. I can believe that, well, she could be a teacher, but I don't know. So I'm just going to say, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not going to verify it, because what happened was she said to everybody on Twitter that I doxed her being a teacher. And I said, I don't even believe you're a teacher. Like, I don't know if you're a teacher. How could I dox you if I'm not sure that you're a teacher? Because I can't believe that she can call herself a mathematics. I can believe all of this lying stuff because people get triggered by it. But her mathematics skills are way too model afflicted for her to be a teacher. But hey, if anybody wants to verify it or whatever, you know, like teachers.
Most dedicated teachers are not on social media calling people liars and being as disgusting as she is.
All day.
In my experience of teachers, I have friends that often went and did teaching, and I don't know any of them that have got the spare time to be doing what she's doing in the first place.
Yeah, she'd have to be tweeting from school to be doing this all day. We've been going all day today.
But as you mentioned, this is not only happening in this topic. This is like, it's everywhere. Everywhere social media, you will find these people.
Anybody that speaks up about anything.
They make it seem like they're the majority as well, when in actual reality they're not. They just have the loudest voices when it comes to the online stuff.
Okay, Devil's Replacement says, although at this point, who hasn't said he's a liar by now? Lol. So he's talking about the Twitter troll group that constantly call me a liar. I've been, like, most normal people would have blocked them. Most normal people don't like to see this sort of stuff, and most people would realise that these people are trolls and probably just block them. Now, like I say, I have been purposely watching them so I can understand how people get around it. The main thing was watching how many new people came into this arena, and there's none. Because nobody would want to come into this arena. These people are vile, horrible, disgusting people. And the way they treat you when you come into this arena is even worse. So it's hardly surprising there's no people in this arena for conversation. Because these people stop everybody from coming in. Nobody wants to be in this arena because of these people. They get triggered about stuff. And they only get triggered because of the dogmatic, antiquated model that they've got. And it is horrible. This tactic is what they've learned how to do. There you go. I've never called you a liar. I just say that I don't believe you. I don't believe teachers act like this on social media. That's what I say to her. And she says, telling someone you don't believe them is the same as accusing them of lying. Says it there. Read it for yourself.
Yes, but it is not.
No, I know that, but that's a teacher. That's a teacher on social media. Now, what's she doing in schools if she is a teacher? Like I say there, I don't believe teachers act like this on social media. So I don't really believe that she is a teacher. I think it's just everybody takes on a role whenever they come into this arena. Role playing, whether it be a pilot or a surveyor, not many surveyors, pilots or rocket scientists, and teachers, chemists and doctors, right? They all do that to elevate themselves above what they call the stupid flat earthers. Nobody's stupid. I'd say the stupid people's the one that starts role playing characters. So I say, I put a tweet out, said this is supposed to be a teacher. Does this sound like something you like your children to be taught? And Devil's Replacement, White Knighting, says, since she's saying that you're calling her a liar, which you are, which is also say if it's turned around on you. Yeah, I'd want a teacher to teach kids not to lie. You must have missed that day in school. The trolls' tactics are shit. Absolutely awful. No doubt you've heard, everybody's met this sort of people. This is just ridiculous. White knighting. Yeah, I'd want... It's because they've not got kids. None of these people have got kids.
I would hate for them to have to deal with a child that came to them with a problem. I mean, would they just sit there and be like, you're lying because they didn't believe the story of the child? Yikes.
Yeah, perhaps
I
like
couldn't verify it, so...
Yeah, I can't believe you, then therefore you're a liar. If somebody says, I don't know, can you... what, you don't believe me? That's a rift between parent and child, right there. So these people haven't got kids. That's one thing you have to remember. These people are probably lonely and sad, and they live their life out on social media, trying to ridicule people to get some sort of self-esteem back. And
no lifers.
Yeah, she'd probably take it to school with her as well, I think. If this was a teacher that was trolling like this on social media, she'd definitely take it to school with her. She'll be tweeting to me on Twitter in school.
I bet she's one of those Karens that moans about everything that you see, all the videos about. That's what these people sound like. All they can do is just moan about everything instead of just going, okay, I don't like that, I'm going to move on with my life. No. I don't like that, therefore I'm going to become an obsessive, insane... I don't really have the words to describe it. I don't understand it fully.
But you cannot express it, but for sure it is disgusting.
Yeah, that's what I put. She says, telling someone you don't believe them is the same as accusing them of lying. I say, that's dangerous. Now I'm hoping you're not a teacher. And she says, how is that dangerous? You don't have much in the way of logic skills, Bev. That's dangerous. That's what I mean. By teaching somebody that if you say you don't believe them, then that's saying you're a liar. That is dangerous.
I would say that she is just trying to practice sophistry, and I don't even believe that she is she, because that kind of behavior is not, let's say, common with women. I would say that this is my opinion, of course.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this is also jealousy from these people, partly because they obviously have nothing better to do with their time than to troll people who are doing things that they enjoy doing.
Well, I'm in there particularly to watch the trolls, right? So I may say a few things in order to just tweak them a bit. You know, I may have done that a few times. Add in a few words. Early days, maybe. Who knows? But this, for her, is that how could you logic... Because she says that you don't have much in the way of logic skills. So what is there that could logically benefit changing by saying you don't believe somebody as to calling them a liar? How do they mesh together logically? It's a massive escalation, isn't it? That just doesn't logically work. Yet she says it's my logic that's out of whack
Yes,
by calling
this
it
is no,
dangerous.
I would say that this is normal troll tactic, because she states something illogical, and then immediately, like preemptive strike, she's blocking you from using this argument because she already accused you for being not logical.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, this is just like this preemptive strike to block your answer that her statement was illogical.
And then Devil's Replacement again. These guys do this sort of thing where they manufacture something that isn't real. So he says, I'm a teacher, here's proof. Bev, I don't believe you. There was no proof. It's just I'm a teacher. I went, I don't believe you. And then he says, yep, seems like lying. Or let's put it another way. I don't believe you, Bev, know anything about surveying. Brilliant. Look at what he's pulling out of the thread. What's wrong with that treat? This is supposed to be a teacher, right? And then this Gray comes and says, I can see how a flat earther who claims not to be a flat earther would have an issue with that. Like, how bad is this? I mean, what does that mean?
Nothing.
There's
Just
no argument.
trolling.
There's no thing in there at all. Just let's call him something that he says he isn't. Right? He's got proof he isn't that. So let's just call him that. And let's get that round and round, because it'll never get to anything other than this bullshit conversations. I said, I live my life with no model proving things to myself. Your profession isn't something I need to prove to myself. Therefore, I have no need to believe you. And personally, I don't want to believe that you are teaching children to act like this. And she says, act like what? How am I acting? Calling out people who are spreading lies and misinformation by providing the correct information. How is that a bad lesson for people? Again, she thinks she's doing righteous stuff. She's putting a cape on. This is what we get to at the end of this. Casey is a misinformation agent, and Casey goes round telling people they're liars in case, well, if she doesn't believe them. And that to her is stopping misinformation. She's the self-righteous, self-appointed misinformation person. And what she decides is that she's going to label people flat earthers in order to stop the misinformation. No one asks you to prove anything, but you're on Twitter telling me I'm lying about being a teacher, despite all evidence to the contrary. What evidence? There is none. And again, she's changed it there. She says, telling me I'm lying about being a teacher. I said before, I've never called anybody a liar. I have no need to call people liars. It doesn't make any difference what I believe or anything of anybody else. All that matters is the argument. That's all we're here for. The conversation. There's no judgments made. How could you judge people on words spoken on Twitter, social media? doesn't really affect anything. We're here discussing and debating certain matters. Whether somebody's a liar or not will be shown throughout the debate, through the conversation, not by just calling people and doing it like that. You don't want to believe I'm a maths teacher, because then you'd have to consider that you're wrong about your geometric understanding. That's a cop-out again. Pretty sad. I don't want to believe she's a maths teacher, because I really worry for children if this is a teacher in a school. That's why I don't want to believe she is. Although, like I say, I have done a year's teacher training. I've actually been to university to do teacher training. I did 1 year of it, and that was enough for me to know I wasn't going to be a teacher. Not that I couldn't have been a teacher. It's just the rules that the teachers go under, and what teaching was being, rather than what I thought teaching was. I can do much more teaching here than I could do in schools. So I got out of it. I didn't go to teaching purposely. Again, she keeps replying to the same one. Act like what? How am I acting? Calling out other people who are spreading lies and misinformation by providing the correct information. How is that a bad lesson for children? And just to clarify, I don't know who it was it Jeff that wanted to know? I teach mathematics to 14 to 18-year-olds. I'm not teaching life lessons. I have a strict curriculum content to deliver. Bad news. 14 to 18. How influential is that? To have this woman, if she is. Casey. Bev is a full-grown man. But I wouldn't say full-grown. Not one of my students. He's a man that tried to dox me and threatened to call my employer. Right? So, tried, threatened to. Right? Neither of them actually happened. And there's no evidence of it, because it's a tried to and threatened to. So these, again, this is a teacher that's just making up shit. There's no evidence of this.
Yeah, hang on, stop. Can I just interrupt for one? Have you introduced her to our departed friend George Natchuk?
No.
Who did call a flat earther's business of work and had him removed? I think we all forgot about George doing that shit. God rest his soul.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Ruhif told us about that. I've got a conversation about Ruhif doing that on record. So Ruhif tells us all about that and all about what George did. He didn't call his employee, he called the license board. I think that's what Ruhif said. God rest his soul. Yeah. So, basic lies. So, teacher says something about me being a grown man. Obviously doesn't know me. And lies about me. And then says, your idea of what an educator is has no bearing on my profession. You also have yet to demonstrate or even described what I've said that lacks patience. Patience. I don't know whether that's a bad thing. Oh, this one here. So she puts out here that I've got another account on Twitter. Yeah, I have. But it's my personal private account that I don't think I've touched since I started with the Try Thinking. But why would you want to put all of your personal stuff on for these people to see? So yeah, you make a new account, obviously. You don't have them both in the same thing. And like I say, I've never used the other one for years. It's been sat dormant. So somehow I've outed myself for having another account. I'm on Twitter. That's where I am. If your friends wish to tell me something, they can come out here in the open and stop hiding in Discord. We can start with the fact that you claim multiple times not to have more than one Twitter account, then posted evidence to the contrary. Made a meme of it, she did. The fact that I've got another account. And then she can say that you said that you didn't have another account. You're a liar. You liar. You have yet to. I said, Bev did no such thing in saying he did is a lie. As I've said, I do not believe you are a teacher. To me, you are a globe defender troll that gets triggered at geometric facts. You're also a fantasist that is willing to lie about people. You're a danger to children's education. That's me. I say that to her. The only one, this is fiend, says the only one here who is in danger, who is a danger to children's education, is the person who thinks he lives in a metaphysical la-la land. You have constantly misrepresented what people have said and done, whilst making wild accusations about people. You don't have facts on your side. So take that, what he says. And it's so, I call that globe statement. Vacuous, has nothing in it. It says absolutely nothing. Yet all about misrepresenting people and doing all sorts of stuff. This, again, another tactic, another one of the types of trolls that we have on social media nowadays. And then this farmer's boy says, you a history of trying to dox people. Trying to. Listen to the fucking weasel words that they put in there. It's fucking disgusting. People do like this sort of shit.
Yes, they do that on purpose because they are not talking about doxing, but they are talking about trying. So this is normal tactic like in defense. So this is self-defense, because if they would be accused of accusing someone about doxing, they will say, no, I was not talking about doxing, I was talking about trying.
Yeah.
So, but this is, yes, this is disgusting. Yes.
It's one of the tactics they use to stop people coming from round here, right? Because they say this is a doxing server, because people like this farmer's boy says these sort of things. I don't give a shit where anybody lives. Don't give a shit what your name is. Anybody here would be able to tell you that. Nobody cares about people, where they live, how much money they've got, whatever jobs they do. Nobody cares. Just the conversation. That's all we're after. Yet these people, fucking disgusting people. Farmer's boy.
I disagree, Bev. I think you guys love my job.
Yeah.
And when these kind of people, these kind of trolls, their definition of doxing is, okay, wait for it. If I decided now on all my social media to change my name to something other than what I have it now, and then people were posting images or bringing up things from my old account name, that now is classed as doxing.
Yeah.
To these people. So, I mean, all of these, we know what it's like out there. These words are thrown around at people all the time, not just doxing. There's liar. There's loads of others. There's racist. There's Nazi. There's so many
Oh, the racist one,
labels
that
that
was
just
good,
get.
wasn't it? Forgot about that. The Chihuahua.
They just get thrown around by these people all the time because they have no argument.
Yeah, that's the truth. No argument. So they have to have diversionary tactics, obfuscating issues. And these are just one of them, right? Now, I'm used to this. Like I say, I'm here to study this, to watch it. They've been doing this to me for years. Constantly. They still do it. Everybody's seen the trolls out there. They've seen what trolls say, what trolls do. They're disgusting, and there's none in here tonight. Isn't that a shame? Right, so yeah, all of these guys, we know what the tactics are. The tactics are to stop the conversation, to stop people from coming in here. We've got proofs. We've got proofs it's not flat. These guys, they don't want to see it. It upsets them. Similarly, the trolls on the flat earth side, same thing. They do exactly the same thing. You've heard what Nathan Oakley's like. You've heard what QE's like. It's exactly the same thing. There's no difference. They all say this sort of stuff to shut down conversation because they're scared of it. Flat earth society everywhere. Here we go. This is the teacher. Actually gets into a bit of technical stuff. A compass aligns itself with the Earth's magnetic field. A northern hemisphere compass has the south end of the needle weighted to prevent it from dipping towards the north. It won't work well in the southern hemisphere because the wrong end is weighted. Has anyone ever checked this? Has anyone ever bought a compass in the northern hemisphere and sent it to the southern hemisphere? Has anyone ever bought a compass in the southern hemisphere and sent it over to the northern hemisphere? To see whether they stop working because they're weighted differently.
Has anyone been to buy one and said, and been asked in the shop, hang on, sir or madam, could you tell me what part of the world you're travelling to so we can make sure we sell you the correct compass?
Yeah, you're not going to Australia on holiday, are you? Because this one won't work. We'll have to give you what the southern hemisphere. It's a load of bullshit. This bullshit has never been done. This type of thing is only ever said by the Flat Earth Society. This Canadian teacher has been taken in by a Flat Earth Society argument. Or it's Flat Earth Society. That's what she's doing. He, don't know. It's a bit hard to tell now. In the same position as the guy that may or may not be from Maine. It's fine. You get it hard to believe anything once you suspect. Yeah, it's never been manufactured for a differently weighted compass end. To which Bikini Atoll, the bikinis are a troll group, so Bikini Atoll, serious person, right, on Twitter, obviously. We did this at school. You can judge your latitude by the tilt of the compass needle since it follows the field. Flirfs seem to think that they just point north, which makes no sense. Genius. You can judge your latitude by the tilt of the compass needle. Do you know what? The compass needle has to be on a horizontal plane. That's a fact.
I didn't hear a more stupid thing lately.
This is advanced globe Twitter trolling. These are the conversations that they have with each other.
Advanced stupidity. Yes.
Don't tell me you're an advanced heliocentrist too.
No.
I don't know that shit.
Yeah, I mean, what's that about? I was talking to the missus about it earlier, and wouldn't geocentrists be a bit more fitting for them? Like, why did Nathan Oakley choose heliocentrist?
No, because the Glober's model really is heliocentric model.
Yeah.
This is not just a globe. This is globe is less important. More important is the sun and galaxy and whatever. Because, in this model, heliocentric model, we are just insignificant speck in the midst of nothingness and dust, astral dust or whatever.
I say, I know level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Can you give me one reason why you think level isn't horizontal? And this is Kenny, who's Blue Marble Scientists. He's over there, crack team. He says, because level is equal elevation on or above the planet we live on. As Earth is not flat, level cannot be horizontal. So I tell you, crack team.
Non sequitur.
A spirit level operates in the same fashion as a plumb bob, referencing gravity to create a plumb line. The body of the level creates a horizontal reference. He's never actually used tools. He's not a very practical guy. But he is a Blue Marble Scientist. So you've got to give him credit for at least mentioning the tools. But, yeah. As Earth is not flat, level cannot be horizontal for some reason. Crack team. And then this is Kenny. He's gone. I think he went a little bit overboard, but Blue Marble. I can do fuck all with this stupid pole. That's a measuring rod, and that's what you use to measure with. So again, pretty bad. But he's posting these on Twitter. And then this one here, my certificate, my land surveying certificate. Just so everybody knows that Bev, me, actually has a land surveying qualification. It says it there. There is the certificate. It does say land surveying as a qualification. I got an A. There is no higher mark for that one, so I was pretty good at it. And I did a 2-year course for it. Not for that certificate. That was just for one certificate out of the thing. It's a special one that we got a chance to sit. And they're all jealous of it. So, yes, you can tell everybody within this arena. Bev, try thinking, me. The only one, there's the certificate. You can see it. These guys have already seen it. So they know that I'm the only one that's ever shown their land surveying certificate in this entire arena. Jesse Kozlowski, nah, he disappeared. He's gone. Done a runner. Done a Jesse Kozlowski, along with the guy that may or may not live in Maine. George Nutsack, God rest his soul, even said he hadn't got any surveying qualifications. None of them have. Nobody has. Not one person in this arena, apart from me. Bev, try thinking. And he says you can do fuck all with my certificate. Apparently, I can trigger everybody in this arena with it. Because he's making memes of it. Can you imagine? He's making a meme showing everybody that they know that I have a land surveying certificate and trying to turn it around on me somehow. If nobody believed that I actually have a land surveying certificate, you can see it right there. That's it. It's got some research flat earth stickers on it. I wonder how they got there. Promoting it. Everybody should research flat earth. Should do. But be very careful on who you're talking to while you're doing it. Try and stay away from the trolls that post pictures of you and put your certificates. You know, when they say, can you prove you've done land surveying? And you go, yeah, here you go, here's a certificate. Then they'll take that certificate and then make memes of you and try and ridicule you and say that's not a real certificate, like Blue Marble said. Blue Marble actually said that that certificate is fraud. I've committed fraud by fraudulently making a certificate. Blue Marble actually said that. He accused me of it. He doesn't believe it's a real certificate. So rather than just saying, I don't believe that's a real certificate. No. Blue Marble accused me of fraud. Literally. For showing him my certificate. Disgusting behaviour, people. Not really worth having them around, really. And this is Brad Wagner again. There's another video of me going over an argument that I presented to Blue Marble Science in a debate that we're probably going to have to go over at some point. So I made an argument, the most basic argument I think I could make, where if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. That's simple as arguments get, and that's what I did for Blue Marble, because I didn't think he could handle such complicated arguments. So I'll make it simple. Advanced simplicity. This is what Brad Wagner says for that. Your tests are flawed from the start. You make assumptions like the surface of water creates a plane, and that is wrong. In this picture, you think horizontal is an equal elevation. It isn't. You get the basics wrong. In the end, you are wrong. Apparently now you can't make assumptions at the beginning of your syllogisms or whatever. I mean, that's the whole basis of it. But Brad Wagner, Brad the science guy, Blue Marble Science, yeah, he's struggling with that. And I don't know whether he's ever actually checked about the surface of water.
Yeah, but your syllogism is not about water, surface of water. So I don't know why he's saying that you are wrong because you are making assumptions.
He says a horizontal is not an equal elevation. You think horizontal is an equal elevation. It isn't, he says.
So now he is in contradiction even with Blue Marble Science.
Uh-huh.
So, just nonsense.
Yeah, I don't think he knows how levels work and how you establish a horizontal plane. But I think Blue Marble doesn't think that either. So I say, the Flat Earth Society are doing their Blue Marble science again, translating it's all bollocks. And then Farmer's Boy, he's the main Flat Earth Society guy that I see on Twitter. He says, "Come on, liar, do better." Just blatantly, calling me a liar for whatever. It doesn't really matter. That's his main thing first. Opening response. Can't say what we're talking about, what the lie is. He just calls you a liar. It's because he doesn't believe you. That's what he says. I say, I assume it's globe and can prove it's not flat. What do you Flat Earth Society guys have to complain about? He says, I know it's a globe, and I also know there is an infinite amount of planes of the horizon. I also know that all verticals aren't parallel with other verticals, with all other verticals. That all verticals aren't parallel with all other verticals. If verticals aren't all parallel, then all horizontals aren't parallel. He knows it. He knows it.
Okay, but if he knows that, it means that he knows that verticals are not vertical and horizontals are not horizontals. Simple. There is no verticals and horizontals in that scenario he depicted.
It is Brad the science guy, Blue Marble scientist of old. I mean, I've got conversations with him and I don't want to talk ill will, but he's on par with Wally, I'd say. If you know what that means.
Yes, some issues.
Yes. I say again, I know triangles only have 180 degrees in reality and the real globe. Devil's Replacement says, you don't know things about triangles. I mean, it's obvious, but still. Again, this is how some people are on Twitter, right? On social media. You've probably met people like this. They're absolutely useless. So I say, I know triangles have 180 degrees in reality and the real globe. He says, you don't know things about triangles, ? Anything else needed to be said about that? Just moronic, right? Just contradictory, just
let's say strawman question.
block.
Just to ask question to segue from the topic.
Yeah. Would you want to continue conversation with this guy, or would you just sort of get rid of him? Because these guys have block lists, right? They consider getting blocked by people they consider flat earthers as an achievement. So this is one of those things where they, in an attempt to get blocked, they just say stupid shit that mean nothing. Ridiculous. You're avoiding the question sucks. Answer the question or I'll know you're full of BS and you know it. Avoiding the question again is admitting you're wrong. And the question is, with procedures performed, pictures of all stages and outcome, meaning what is the shape of the Earth from your actual experiments? And now if you don't answer that, that's admitting you're wrong. But you're wrong to what? Like, What's up with
It
this
doesn't
guy?
matter. Yeah, because this is just trolling.
Do you
Simple
think it's trolling? Or do you think this is a disturbed mind trying to make sense of something? This is ideal for the Globe troll, right? But this guy has been doing this for years. I'm not so sure it's a troll tactic. I'm pretty sure if you were to do this for 4 years, it would affect you. Like, seriously, mentally. And I think this guy doesn't know. I think this is an exploded mind on Twitter. Let loose into society, social media.
You know, to be a troll, you have to have special, let's say, mentality for that.
Yeah,
but
there's different trolls, right?
Yes, but still, if a troll is doing his job for years, yes, he will end in that state. Yes, inevitably.
When I was a lad, trolling purposely was to say as little as possible to get as much reaction as possible. And it took intelligence to be able to pick out and to tweak the right thing at the right time. And now that was trolling to me. This isn't trolling. This is just naysaying, isn't it? It's just absolute crazy stuff that nobody could follow it.
Yes, I agree. Much less intelligent than back in the day.
And then we go, you can't measure an angle to a curve. You should know that. But you're not geometrically illiterate, are you? Asking him. And he says, Devil's Replacement. Yeah, you can. Geometrically illiterate. People saying they can do the impossible is not something to capitulate to. You should have more self-respect. He says, insulting me doesn't make it false. It's possible and you lied. Right, so that's insulting now. People saying they can do the impossible is not something to capitulate to. You should have more self-respect. To him, this troll, that's insulting. You talking to them is insulting to this guy. So he can feel offended at the words. That's bad. Yeah? Could anybody see an insult in there? People saying something that people saying they can do the impossible is not something to capitulate to. You should have more self-respect. Me saying you can't measure an angle to a curve. Him saying, yeah, you can. How do you do that? Well, read this. So I'm not going to capitulate to people saying they can do impossible things. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
I would say that if you say that it is impossible to measure angle to a curve, or generally impossible things, so he is making conclusion that he looks like stupid. And that would be correct. And that is insulting for him. And he is correct, yes. People who think that you can measure angle to the curve, this is silly statement. So they look stupid, yes, when they say that. But this is not insulting.
No, it's not insulting to say it. What's
Yes.
insulting to him is the fact that I'm not believing him and saying, oh, well, yeah, of course you can. I'm saying, no, I'm not going to capitulate to that. I'm not going to do it. But that's insulting to him. Because he's labelled me as a flat earther, which gives him the intelligence, right? He's the clever one. So if he says something to me, I should be able to say, well, yes, of course, I'm the stupid person. You're much cleverer than me. I'm not doing that. And I would never expect anybody else to do that. Disgusting behaviour of trolls. Brought to you by Bev Tried Thinking. I do it so you don't have to. I say, Imagineometry is the most fully formed non-Euclidean geometry there is. You're just jealous because you haven't invented your own non-Euclidean geometry. And Kenny says, what journals have you published your work? What universities have reviewed your work? I don't know. I'll have to try that out. When we get going, I'll take it out there. You always know it's good when you get 2 replies to the same one. He says, besides, you don't need to recreate much more that already exists. Could prove it, which I have some theorems, but making new is pointless when existing works. I think he's frightened in my Imagineometry there. He's saying, like, you've already done it, so I can't do it. Besides, don't need to recreate more than that already exists. Could prove it, brackets, which I have some theorems, but making new is pointless when existing works. Could prove it. Well, at least Kenny's got some theorems. Oh, Devil's Replacement that was, wasn't it? Hot mic, Kev. This one says he's been to. I've shown him the website, Imagineometry, and Grizz says this statement is illogical, and the statement says all definitions are meaningless. It's illogical. That statement.
You should speak to Ruhif.
It was, yeah, that's what I said. Devil's Replacement says it's his way of wanting to make up words and deny other words have meanings so he wins. Meanwhile, in reality, everyone knows he's full of it. Ruhif. There you go. Ruhif. It's his way of wanting to make up words and deny other words have meanings, so he wins. There you go. There's the true motive behind Ruhif and the all definitions are meaningless statement. Just so he can make up new words whenever he wants. So he wins. The Imagineometry is so good. I say terms have always been a problem for the dogmatic globe. I wrote Imagineometry to help you guys in your transition to the real globe with 0 contradictions. Devil's Replacement. I so get a feel of poor little Bevy sitting in Discord. Guys, help me please. Twits are so mean. Look at what they say about me. Just look and listen to what I say, but only now and not before. His grammar isn't the best. So like he's scripting stuff in his head. He's imagining stuff. Isn't that good? Twitter trolls. Grizz says, your website is riddled with contradictions, written to confuse and mislead people. You should be ashamed. I don't think he's quite understood imaginometry. Or maybe the actual proofs. It's hard to tell.
He doesn't understand.
It's hard to it's hard to know which part of the website he's talking about, isn't it?
He should study it more.
So this is where it got quite good, right? He said, your website is riddled with contradictions, written to confuse and mislead people. You should be ashamed. To which I say, you have the ability to see contradictions? Question mark. I was like surprised. I thought, I didn't know whether they could do that sort of thing. I didn't know whether they had the ability to. So I thought, I'll check. It says, what's your opinion on a straight circle? Question mark. That one was for you, Blue. I was thinking of him when I asked that one. And he says, define a straight circle. See, I was checking him whether he knew what a contradiction was. But he thinks there's some way to define a straight circle for it to not be a contradiction. Do you reckon? I don't know. What's your opinion on a straight circle? Please define straight circle.
So if he asks you about definition of straight circle, so he has no idea.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Twitter trolls are sort of ridiculous, man. This guy says, humanity knew that Earth is a sphere 2 millennia before NASA was founded. Clown. And I say, the real globe is more instinctual than breathing. Everyone knows 'tis globe. And then Dr. Bob, Robert Baker, says, when people say you lie, you often respond, where have I lied? Do you honestly not know, or is that dishonest, feigned ignorance? Right, so see what's going on here. Look, this guy, I don't know him. I've just tweeted to him. I agreed with him. He said humanity knew that Earth is a sphere 2 millennia before NASA was founded, so I joined in. The real globe is more instinctual than breathing. Everyone knows 'tis globe. And along comes one of your friendly little trolls called Dr. Bob that decides to come along with, when people say you lie, you often respond, where have I lied? Do you honestly not know, or is that dishonest, feigned ignorance? I'd say this is like a, when did you last beat your wife?
Yes,
Type thing, isn't it?
Yes, and or maybe also to explain that you are not a camel. So sort of.
Yeah. And Dr. Bob, right, after Dr. Bob says that, you've got another one of his little helplings says, yes, it is a common tactic. So this is what I mean when I say I have been struggling. I purposely haven't been going out to talk to other people. because I've been studying these trolls, and this is what happens. As soon as I tweet to anybody about anything, it doesn't really matter, mathematicians, artists, camera people, doesn't matter. These people, these trolls, follow me round asking me about when I've lied about things, which bears no relevance to anything to do with it. They will be going. I'm getting rid of them soon. I've finished my bothering with these guys. Just letting you guys know so we can document all of this sort of stuff. Everybody knows. You can come here and discuss it. We will be discussing these things. But I'm going to be doing away with them. They're definitely not needed, this sort of behaviour. Or even stunting of growth of intellect, I think. They shut down conversations. Having them around stifles conversations. They'll be going. I say to Bob, this is what I reply is, are you saying that knowing its globe is a lie? Everyone must be lying to you then. Do you often tell people who know its globe and can prove it liars? Do you know its globe? 'Tis globe. And Dr. Baker says, no, I know it's a globe. I don't add frantic bunny ears, as you call them. I'm not a child. So he's calling me a liar, but then he's not calling me a liar for saying it's the real globe. We can prove it. And then he does another one here. Bev at Try Thinking, you didn't answer my question. Do you honestly not know where you have lied, or is it dishonest, feigned ignorance? Asking the same question again, repeating it. Never answer any one of those questions if you ever get asked them. There is no correct answer. Ignoring it is the only reply. I say, this sounds like your steady decline into madness. I wish you well. Just remember, you'll always have your globe beside you. I hope your journey is pleasant. Go, be at peace with your globe. Oh, good. So no one should be calling anyone else a liar for being able to prove it's not flat in reality. The fact that I have more proof of the real globe than you must be embarrassing for you. But let it go. 'Tis globe. Dr. Baker, Dr. Bob. I'm not so sure. I don't know. He can't be doxing the other guy because the other guy isn't a doctor anymore, is he? Just Bob. No one is calling you a liar for that, and you know it. They call you that for the many lies you tell. Pretending to misunderstand what I said is dishonest and fits this topic. Again, I'll read that again because obviously you'll hear all of the full facts he's here. No one is calling you a liar for that, and you know it. They call you that for the many lies you tell. And any of those are just not believing you. So you just not believe you, then that's a lie. And so the more people that don't believe you, that means that the more lies that you've told. So you can accumulate more lies just by the amount of people that don't believe you. And when you deal with contradictions like we do, there's going to be lots of people that misunderstand and misrepresent all sorts of things. The real globe is reality. How can it be disingenuous? You're just upset that you have no proof and contradictions, whereas I have proof with no contradictions. 'Tis globe. And KC, the Canadian school teacher, says, because you don't believe that reality is a globe, that word has an understood meaning. Using it to mean the opposite is completely disingenuous. Globe. They think the globe doesn't mean the globe. Everybody knows that the globe is the globe, right? The real globe is definitely the globe. Can't be not the globe. I say reality is the real globe. That's why all proofs are proofs of the real globe. Would you like me to match you proof for proof? A mathematics teacher should at least have a couple of proofs, right? Congratulations. Bev has found you dangerous to his con. I'm being ignored too. Bev is a coward. This is another one of the things. If you don't reply to somebody's requests, as however stupid they may seem, now we can put on the list coward. So these are just things, that labels that they can give you, right? They can give you a flat earth label. They can give you a liar label. They can give you a coward label. Anything else? Have I missed any other labels that these people can give you to smear you? They can call you a fraud. They can call you whatever they want, really. This is the engagement on social media with this particular group of people. We're only out here looking for an argument, looking for a conversation about the reality. That's all we're after. These guys, no, they just want to call you names, smear you, label you. He called me a coward, I say. Come and talk. You can both come together. If you need any more, then you can bring whoever. Anytime you're ready to prove me a coward, pop over. This is an open Discord server. You can click on the link at the side of this thing, underneath the thing or whatever. Come and join us in Discord. Call me a coward. Ask me and show me how I'm a coward. Show me where the lies are. Make me lie. Catch me in a contradiction. Come on in. You'll find out. Coward. Come on. And then Kenny. So this is what we were thinking. Come and talk. You can both come together. If you need any more, then you can bring whoever. Anytime you're ready to prove me a coward, pop over. Kenny, as long as you let Wally in. What's everybody think? Do you think Kenny would be brave enough to come in with any of his friends if Wally was in? Kenny needs Wally. Come and talk. You can both come together. If you need any more, then you can bring whoever. Anytime you're ready to prove me a coward, pop over. Again, another reply to the same one. I don't know if everybody knows how Twitter works. So Roger, a farmer's boy, says, "You're a liar and a coward, Bev. You won't publicly state what you think the shape of the earth is. You're a flat earther who daren't admit it anymore." Never been a flat earther. Don't know how many times. I think if it had to be recorded in history, somebody who said, "I'm not a flat earther," and typed, "I'm not a flat earther," more than anybody, think that would be me. I don't know why these guys do it. I think they do it just to, like if you say you're not something, then these people are just going to say, "Yeah, you are," in order to stop conversation. Stops it. Halts it completely. Because you're talking to disingenuous people. I won't publicly state what the shape of the earth is. It's globe. Everybody knows it's globe. Fuck's sake. They're ridiculous. Everybody knows the shape of the Earth is the real globe. Everybody knows it. Casey was saying about proof, how we haven't got any. Check my website, check the Discord. I'm going to be compiling all of these things and putting them all together, because, like I say, we've been practicing, and I'm going to be making it a bit more serious, putting things together, and making them all, you know, in one place. Proofs that we have done, tests that we have done, conversations that we've done, or best conversations, the most ridiculous statements people have said. I'll be clipping bits out. So I say, send them a video where we went over the Bitcoin challenge. And I say, it was a challenge to prove the globe, right? Dave Weiss wanted a globe proof for the Bitcoin challenge. And I said, I've told Dave I have a proof it's not flat, but he wants proof of globe. Maybe you can help him out. Alternatively, you can match me proof for proof, and I can teach you about the realizing Euclid tests. And then Devil's Replacement says to that, flat earthers don't deny elevation. You're a flat earther, Bev. After I've just said, look, I have a proof it's not flat. I've told Dave Weiss that. Everybody knows, right? We've got definitely. I don't say it's not flat because I just say it. No, I've got a literal proof, a proper proof. If you want to know what a proof is, come in here. I'll show you it. It's a proof it's not flat. I can teach you about the realizing Euclid test, teach you about proof, go through logic, formulate how to formulate arguments, how to actually achieve a proof. It's pretty simple, really. It takes a little bit of work, but it's not that hard. Definitely achievable. Proofs in reality are definitely achievable. I don't know why these guys get so upset with it. Everybody should be after proving reality to be what reality is. It says, give what shape you believe it to be, or it's flat. Your idiotic globe and variant you made up just means flat to everyone. Because I say globe, they think it means flat now. Like, they're so bad.
But it is good to see how globers are starting to say that globe is stupid.
Yeah.
This is very good.
It says, say that and we'll use it as proof you're a flat earther. So when I say I can prove it's not flat and I can prove the real globe, what they're actually saying is they're going to use that to say I'm a flat earther. This is the hardcore globe, blue marble science trollisms on Twitter. Obviously, they're not like proper globers. Like they won't be able to defend the globe like anybody else on normal by giving proofs of the globe or having any sort of argument. We know they haven't got any arguments, but these guys literally have nothing. This is why I had to come into this arena, right? I needed to talk to people because it's pretty obvious you cannot talk to these people at all. If you say you don't believe them, you're lying. If you say you have a proof it's not flat and a proof of the real globe in reality, they'll say you're a flat earther. That proves you're a flat earther. They just go absolutely opposite to everything you say, anything I say anyway. And I don't know whether, how everybody else had managed to do with it. Probably just get rid of them, right? You'd probably block them. But this is the best they've got, and these are the people that makes it look like you're a... I don't know what sort of an argument this is meant to be, but these are the people that you will meet on Twitter, and they're normally come accompanied by what I call the flat earther, who just posts a load of memes that talks to these people. So whether they're made up flat earthers that made these people like this, or whether these people made flat earthers into the character that they wanted. But me personally, I think it's all flat earth society. All of it. No arguments, no nothing coming from either side, and they both just go round in this circular argument all the time. Round and round and round. New flat earthers, same people, but new account names, and these people do all of the same thing. Kenny, this is where we go. Kenny's a Blue Marble scientist over there at the Blue Marble Science HQ. Probably been sent onto Twitter to come and do this. I don't know how old his account is. I would say it's pretty new. I'd say he's just been sent in to come and chat to me. He says, "We see the purpose. We also see you're a flat earther and don't really care what you think." So they, as soon as they label people as a flat earther, they don't really care what you think, but they're going to tell you you're a liar, and, they're just going to keep hounding you, but they don't care what you say. They're just going to turn it round. And I say, that is why I call you a bigot. Because to me, labelling people and then disregarding anything they say because you've labelled them as a bigot, labelled them, that's bigoted behaviour. And Kenny says, how? Explain to me exactly how their opinions should be relevant. They express zero understanding of their mission, denies science, and has no relevant reason why NASA is a problem. Belief in a flat earth is not a relevant reason for a NASA audit. Neither is science denial. Very, very protective of NASA, as you can see. And this is Farmer's Boy. He's been back into my history. Now whether you can see this. This was back when I was called Bev, the Socratic Geometer. Obviously not trolls, right? I was dead serious about that. And then, can you see those two diagrams? Maybe. It's a little bit small. It says, the top of the one, it's the 3rd of July, probably the 3rd of July 2019. So 4 years ago, this. Says the imposter that cannot answer a simple yes-no question. Do you acknowledge that the diagram on the right actually represents vertical plumb lines, geometric normals for the model of a spherical Earth with gravity? Simple yes or no will suffice. And I say, I've answered that one many times. Only the model on the left comports with reality. That's Farmer's Boy. Can you see those two models there? Nobody has to say whatever they think, right? Doesn't really matter. You don't want to be opening yourself up for ridicule. But I went with this one on the left, where vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. I'm very geometrically minded. But Farmer's Boy thought it was wise to go and bring that back from 4 years ago. A question that I answered. which I would always answer the same. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. I think I've been saying that to everybody for quite a long time. In reality, that's how it is. I can't get around that. Kenny, again, Blue Marble Scientist, says he can't admit he's a flat earther and he wants to get everyone to his Discord where they all gang up on you and sling insults. I'm wise to his ways. That server is toxic, says Kenny, the Blue Marble Scientist. About you guys. Has anybody noticed any of that sort of stuff? Gang up on people. Have you guys been ganging up on people and hurling insults at them while I'm not here?
Not me, because
I've never. Yeah, I wouldn't.
I didn't notice, but
Wait, what server is he talking about?
This one?
Jose JG Gonzalez?
No. Not Blue Marble Science.
He can't be he can't be talking about this server. 100% not this server.
Kenny, he's obviously been brought in to stop people from coming here. Right? It's obvious that these guys don't want people coming in here and having a conversation about this stuff. This server is toxic. It's not.
Maybe he's talking about a server which is called this server. I don't know.
And then Devil's Replacement says, and they allow hate speech, but disallow globe-based talk. What? Has he ever seen the fucking 900 videos I've got? Literally. People are obsessed with the globe. How could I disallow globe-based talk? What's he talking about? Everybody knows it's globe. It's not flat, but people can talk about flatness as much as they want. People can talk about globeness. And then Farmer's Boy, says, why do you think I call it a cesspit? It's Farmer's Boy. He's never been here. Just blatantly, I call that slander, right? For everybody in this place that wants conversation.
Hang on, babe. I'm sorry. Have they ever been to Gem Panda's server and listened to how they talk about people like me?
It's Farmer's Boy. He's the one that talks about you like that. Farmer's Boy. You know. Everybody knows how these people talk about things, but it's like Paper said. If they accuse us of it, then you can't retaliate by saying the same thing. Because then it looks like, I don't know, you're just sort of saying, naysaying, just returning the favour. Everyone here has a different purpose. All of these Discord servers, anywhere else that has a thing where people communicate and converse, they all have a purpose. I would never say to anybody that a place was a vile, horrible, disgusting place. Even though I've been to Gem Pandas. Right? I've been to Jose's. Been to Geo's. We've experienced all of these places. I've even been on McToon's. Like the Flat Earth. I've been to all of them. And I'd never say that they're a cesspit and go round telling people not to go there. But these people do. Why do they do that? Why they want people coming here? Kenny says, I know exactly why. I've dealt with them. I know how they operate. No chance of a civil discussion. Mainly on Kenny's part.
Yes, listening to Brenda or Rumpus, yes, this is not civil conversation.
Everybody can see this one, hopefully. This is a guy taking a screenshot from MacToon's website. The website of McToonery. Now, I will read this and then we will discuss it. We'll go over it. Bit of philosophizing about it. So it says, Toon's Law of Flerf. Number 1. Flerf citations always contradict the Flerf's claim, no exceptions. Number 2. Flerf challenges are fake, no exceptions. Number 3. Flerfs are pseudoscientists when evaluating flat Earth and science deniers when evaluating globe evidence. No exceptions. Okay? Everybody got those?
Yes, meaningless statements.
Well, who writes the laws?
MacToon.
Mm-hmm. So
Seemingly.
they're McToon's laws of Flerf.
Yes.
Okay, so now McToon must have some control over the Flerf to be able to issue them with laws, right?
Oh, he is just claiming to be so.
Might he be so, though, right? Remember how the Flat Earth Society are not flat earthers. The Flat Earth Society is there purposely to give an impression of flat Earth that can be ridiculed to stop conversation about reality. That's the mission of the Flat Earth Society. So therefore, with this, me personally, this is McToon telling people how it has to work, right? They have to represent anybody that they label as flat Earth, Flerfer, with these things. It's his instruction for the Flat Earther and the Flat Earth Society to go forward with their narrative of what flat Earth is and how to deny anything you want to. I think J-Ro did. Here we go. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh, I thought J-Ro did that. He might have got rid of him. So let's have a look at one. Flerf citations will always contradict the Flerf claim. No exceptions. So anybody makes a claim of anything, whatever you give to support that, according to this, shall be called a contradiction. That's why that guy earlier claimed that he knew it was a contradiction, right? Then when I tested him whether he knew what a contradiction was with a straight circle, he didn't have a clue. Because of this here. McToon and his law of Flerf. You just state it's a contradiction. Number 2. Flerf challenges are fake. No exceptions. What does that mean? It means somebody you label as a Flerf can't ever challenge you. Not allowed to. So if anybody's challenging you, all you have to do is just label them as a Flerf and then you can dismiss that challenge.
because they're scared of flirfs.
Mm-hmm. But no, I think flirfs, this is the thing. They've given this, right, to you. The people you're going to talk to, if you're going to go ahead and talk to these people within any of this arena around here, they're just going to dismiss everything you say and annoy you by you know, like you may have a valid point, but it will never get through to any of these people because of the laws that McToon's given to everybody. This is a trolling thing that McToon's doing. Flirfs are pseudoscientists when evaluating FE. So if you're doing anything that they deem FE, then they're going to call you pseudoscientists. And if you're talking about the globe, they're just going to call you science deniers. Once again, pointing out, there is no point talking to anybody like this. These people can label you a flirf, even if you're not, for any reason. If you don't believe what they're saying, they'll call you a liar. They'll call you dishonest for not believing them. But if you say anything, then they'll say you're contradicting yourself. You're a pseudoscientist. You're a science denier. Me. Remembering that, I say I'm not a flat earther. You can come and talk about the real globe. We won't mention the flat earth other than showing you it's proof it's not flat. I'll make sure there are no flat earthers there if they disgust you so much. And she says, yes, you are, Bev. You have the same claims as flat earthers. I don't need proof of topography. I would like you to demonstrate proof that level is a plane. I have the same claims as flat earthers. And what did I say? I can show you a proof it's not flat. So how many flat earthers claim they have a proof that it's not flat? Anyone? How can I have the same claims as flat earthers when one of my claims is I can prove it's not flat? Anyone? Bullshit.
Yeah, it's funny because I can prove it's not flat too.
No flat earthers have a proof it's not flat. It's only us real globe knowers that can prove it's not flat. And then Casey again. Yes, you are, Bev. You have the same claims as flat earthers. I don't need proof of topography. If you would like to demonstrate the proof that level is a plane. And then they've made this bikini atoll as Bev is a globe skeptic, and they've made a little meme that says globe skeptics are flat earthers who are too ashamed to call themselves flat earthers. So now globe skeptics are flat earthers. Trolls. Willing to label anybody a flat earther, then they can ridicule them and get them out of the arena. Get themselves banned, blocked, whatever. Casey says, exactly. Perfect. Canadian school teacher. Claim to be. Not going to give validity to something that's just a claim. I say, you're the troll. Everyone can see that you're hiding the real globe discussion. That's what it's all about. Conversation about reality. When are we ever going to get there? When are we ever going to get to talk about the actual proofs that we have in reality? The literal, real proofs. The real globe. Or are these guys just messing about with it? Casey says, we aren't the ones that say Twitter is for trolling, Bev. If anybody's aware, Twitter isn't a fucking serious place. You don't do business deals on Twitter. You don't go and write essays. You don't write books. You don't get lessons on Twitter. No, it's a social media platform akin to posting pictures of what you have for tea, except not really. It's just purely trolling. There's not much else that happens on Twitter as far as I know. Don't get Twitter to go to Twitter and have conversations with these guys. You'll be sorely not impressed. Put it that way. So yeah, Twitter is just for trolling, really. You're the one that has told your motivation here. I'm just here to stop people from spreading misinformation unchallenged. That's what she's there for. To stop people spreading misinformation unchallenged. So I say, are you an earth-shape misinformation specialist? Are you paid for your services? And what are your qualifications for judging misinformation on this matter? Casey says, I'm a concerned citizen that has taken it upon myself to help combat online misinformation. Self-appointed do-gooder.
Appointed and anointed.
Yeah. She's the one that decides what's misinformation. She's the one that decides what should be done and how you combat it. She's the one that decides whether you're a liar because of your misinformation. This supposed to be Canadian teacher on social media is the very person that decides judge, jury, executioner, and with a load of friends along with her that completely misunderstand things, misrepresent things. They'll call you a flat earther if you're not. Just because they want to. They're trolls. But they're self-appointed, anointed trolls. Kevin says, thank God people like her are out there protecting all of us. So yeah, there you go. I bet there's a few more there that I've got. Let me just check my Twitter account in case I'd saved some more before. Before we go on to the video. Has anybody got any, have we got any model affliction people in?
I have to say that I had a globe once. It was like half meter, I would say, in diameter.
Big one.
It's a big one. But it had a light bubble in the center. So it was shiny. So from inside, so in the dark, it looked gorgeous, really. But it was a long time ago. So I would compete because you said that you have very good globe. I could compete with you because I believe that my globe is better, was better. But now, of course, I lost it.
Yeah.
Precious. That's still, I remember from my childhood that I had very beautiful globe, shiny.
That one sounds better than the one that I've got here, yes.
Yes, yes.
So this one here says, this is Casey. Casey says, I'm a concerned citizen that has taken upon myself to help combat online misinformation. And I say, you're a bigot who wrongly labels people to avoid conversations about your own contradictions. You refuse to talk about the real globe proofs while accusing me of being a flat earther. You also claim to teach children. You're everything that's wrong with Twitter. And then Grizz comes along, White Knight, to say, cowards run away, then post derogatory comments in a new tweet. You're a worthless POS, a vampire on the weak. Your grift is immoral. What's a grift? The grift is flat earth, which everybody knows I'm not a flat earther, but these guys call me a grift. Call me a grifter because I'm, I don't know, just doing live shows overnight. Sorry, I think we did get a super chat, so. Well. There we go. Sorry about that, Gods. Godzilla says, filled my tyre with air pressure and drove down a hill. 'Tis globe. Makes sense. I believe you. That is definitely globe. Right.
It has to be.
Mm-hmm. Right, let me get this. I've been going over a few of my, because over this last little bit here before April comes and we start afresh, I'm going to go over a few of these choice bits that I've got saved, and I'll start putting them on the website to get them all together in little bits. Hopefully everyone can start using the website a bit more. We'll get it getting worked over. There's going to be a study group based on the conversations that I've had. I don't really need to go over any more conversations with people that are just delusional. I've already done it. I've already had the conversations. Right, so you guys there, I think this is a Buster one. The geometric horizon is horizontal. There was a guy called Nathan Oakley. He has a show, and you may know about it. Flat Earth Debate channel is, and he always used to say that the horizon is not geometric, which obviously we here don't agree with, never have done. We seem to have different opinions to certain people who want to lead a narrative around things. So this is 5 minutes conversation we had. I don't know whether we pause it or not. Let's see where we go. He's not going to want to come and talk, I can tell you that.
No, I don't doubt it.
They're going to need the geometric horizon, which is they don't have.
Yeah, just saying there is still always an argument from a globe trencher's point of view, and that is the argument that they'll have. I already know. They've already had it. I've already had it with them on other occasions, so I know what their argument will be in terms of juxtaposition in false dichotomy, if you want a nice long title for it.
But I understand what they're going to say. Well, the standard.
We'll go back over that again, right? This is Nathan Oakley talking about he knows what their argument's going to be. Well, I state they have no argument. They never have had an argument, and they never will have an argument. Yet Nathan Oakley seems to be validating some sort of argument that he knows that they're going to have. Well, I say they have never had an argument. So listen to what Nathan Oakley says.
They don't have.
Yeah, just saying there is still always an argument from a globe trencher's point of view, and that is the argument that they'll have. I already know. They've already had it. I've already had it with them on other occasions, so I know what their argument will be in terms of juxtaposition in false dichotomy, if you want a nice long title for it.
But I understand what they're going to say. Well, there's standard refraction because that's based on their law. But where is the geometric horizon in this photograph to give them the standard refraction? It's not there.
You know, we do have a geometric horizon, though. It's horizontal. Right?
Cleary?
Hey, what's up? We do have a horizontal geometric horizon that we see. You know, we don't see a curved sphere edge.
That's true.
But it is geometric. It's optical.
Okay, if you like. You can utilise it in that manner. You're assuming the Earth's a flat plane when you do so.
Yeah, it's parallel planes, you know, with elevation.
The horizon visual thing.
Yeah, horizontal is a geometric term, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yes, but then you're assuming the Euclidean in the first
that's
instance.
just the definition of horizontal. Parallel with the plane of the horizon. Horizontal's perpendicular to vertical. They're both straight lines. I mean, that's geometric.
It is assuming Euclidean geometry.
Can anyone remember a little bit ago when an angry fella called QE was saying that somebody doesn't know anything about the horizon or anything? Can anybody remember that? I have a good memory. He said that I didn't know what the horizon was, right? Can everybody remember that?
It was when he he was talking that you need horizon to have level or
Yeah.
horizontal. Yeah, so I remember that.
He was telling everybody that I was the one that didn't know what the horizon was. Yet, if you hear me in this, I'm literally telling Nathan Oakley what the horizon is. I'm arguing with Nathan Oakley about his claim that the horizon is not geometric and pointing out that the horizon is horizontal and then giving him the definition of it, even though he says it's Euclidean. And I say, no, it's not Euclidean. It's the definition of horizontal. Listen again.
Absolutely. Yes, but then you're assuming the Euclidean in the first
that's
instance.
just the definition of horizontal. Parallel with the plane of the horizon. Horizontal's perpendicular to vertical. They're both straight lines. I mean, that's geometric.
It is assuming Euclidean geometry.
It's not. Horizontal isn't assuming Euclidean geometry. It's a straight line. Straight lines are straight.
Let's reword
Hold
it.
on, he's
It's
right. He's right.
exclusively
Hold on.
non-Euclidean
Hold on.
geometry.
He's right. He's got me. You're right. I'll have to concede there. You're right, Bev. It's not even.
You're right, Bev. You're right, Bev. Horizontal and being parallel to the plane of the horizon, I'm right. Yet, why were they arguing? Why didn't anybody point that out to QE? When it's very strange, isn't it? Almost as though it's a bit of a flat earth society setup to get them out of the you can do fuck all with an angle conversation.
Being pedantic, you're absolutely correct. I don't have to assume anything Euclidean. I'm just so used to the assumptions that are made and having someone play devil's advocate as a fundy. I'm wired that way, but you are right. No, it's just horizontal. Why do I need to assume anything? You're absolutely correct.
Yeah. The way we describe the space that we're in, I'm sorry, Nathan. The way we describe the space that we're in is Euclidean 3 space, right? X, Y, and Z, Cartesian coordinates. That's how you survey. That's how you measure elevation based on a horizontal.
That's great.
It's just a position of even altitude. In reality, it's used by everybody, and everybody understands a horizontal reference, right? And they all understand the vertical. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular to each other. I mean, that's a geometric fact of reality. Nobody needs to go around that. I don't think anyone is willing to argue that horizontal isn't a straight line either. That's changed just pretty recently, right? I don't think anybody's willing to argue that horizontal isn't a straight line. Well, 2023, we've got some dogmatic globe guys that are in a bit of a geometric quandary, and they're struggling what to do. We're trying to help them out with the real globe, but they're still stuck in this dogmatic globe that seems to disappear horizontals. Some of them, including Wally, want to bend it.
Yes, and they are doing this bending not directly because they like being afraid to say that, but they are reducing it to the point, which is nonsense because there is no horizontal point, because point is not horizontal or vertical or whatever. Point is a point. But in order to have horizontal or vertical, you have to have a line. But they still reduce this to the point, which makes their claim about horizontal meaningless. So they are bending horizontal, but indirectly.
Don't forget, Nathan Oakley knows the argument that comes from these other guys. He's been telling people for years that the horizon is not geometric. He probably still is. He's probably gone back to it again. It's not. The horizon is geometric because a straight line is definitely geometric. Horizontal is definitely a straight line.
Yes, and like it was Giro, who said that, or someone else, that this is optical. Yes, because we can see, and we can see horizon as a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
So, like on a piece of paper, we can see straight line, and we can name it straight line. So, when we see horizon, we can say that it's straight line because we see this horizon as a straight line. So it is geometric and optical, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Indeed.
yeah. The distance is a measured horizontal distance from A to B. Now, they had Blackpool Tower along the way there. So they had a vertical distance of the mountain and a vertical height of Blackpool Tower. Now, those two verticals in their drawing, using the trigonometry that they used, were both right angles. They were both right lines, which would have made them parallel to each other. It's the only way triangles work in reality. That's... Oh, wait a minute. Let me go. Can you see that picture there? That is, that's Blackpool. My picture, my son's picture of the Blackpool thing. We're talking about Ranty now and this picture that Ranty found on the internet. We'll perhaps go over that as well in a minute. But that's the picture taken from the same place that we're talking about. That's what they're meant to be measuring angles to. That view of Blackpool Tower in the distance and those mountains. That's what they're talking about. That's a proof of drop, according to certain people. So that picture, when you think about Blackpool, and you know the famous picture that Ranty found on the internet, that's what you have to think of. Look at it. That's what it actually looks like. Both right angles, they were both right lines, which would have made them parallel to each other. It's the only way triangles work in reality. That's the basis of surveying. I mean, that's what we've been doing all this time. It's just trying to base on, is level horizontal or is there a curve? Loads of people say there's a curve. It appears Ranty now thinks that that horizontal baseline has a drop to it. I don't know how that occurred from looking at a picture, but yeah, it's horizontal and the vertical.
Insanity.
What is going on?
Just knows willing ignorance. He's just playing around.
Yeah, I think he's trolling them. I think, seriously.
I think he's trolling them.
This is as though he's leading them into this conversation right now. What Ranty has to do now is explain: is there a drop or is there a hump? Which of the globe earthers is he? With the water level dropping from your position, or the water level humping in between the two ends of your water level? Like, you know, that's the age-old baller paradox. Ballers don't want to do it. I think they've pushed Ranty up to have a go at it. It's going to be fun times.
Yeah, I think he just likes to steal people's money. I don't want to say that, but it just adds up. You know, I don't like judging people, but when they show what they're doing, it's not really judgment. It's just saying what they're doing. He started, you know, with the fear mongering last year with this. You know what I'm talking about. I don't want to get into it really, but I knew from the get-go. I didn't watch the dude, but as soon as I watched him, it was like, oh my God, why is he on Nathan's show at all? And then I was glad to see him go.
Dumbass. He's incoherent. He has no science acumen to speak of. He thinks because he's gone out and taken pictures, he's like some flat earth guru or something. He's a delusional Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit. I'm glad he's over there. Stay, please.
Okay. A little bit of there at QE at the end. So, you know, QE was there when we were talking about the horizon being horizontal, right? Horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yeah. Also, you may have heard where I was saying in that there's some fun times ahead because they have to explain exactly what's going on within the picture and where the drop is and whether it's the hump or the drop of the horizontal. Now, they're still claiming it. There's still people claiming this to this day, that in the distance there is a drop of the horizontal. I think this is, let me check. Oh yeah, it's thanks Ranty. Again, one of my videos. I don't think anybody else has really covered this as it should have been covered. I will be able to do this and go over it. Footage of pictures and everything. I know there's a lot of other people that have been over this pretty recently. I think Dell's been over it. I think Jaren's been over it. But none of them, not one of them, have been and asked us what we know about it. We found out where the guy was taking the picture and all that sort of stuff. I will be able to go over that myself, and we will expose this, one of the biggest modern day Flat Earth Society plays, let's say, a trick where they all got together and decided that they would have a play. So here's a bit more. This is, I think we get Ranty to explain it now as well. I picked out a few bits, you know, as I do. Here we go.
3 coplanar points, and bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is. Level. It really is. Level.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm definitely a believer in the paranormal for sure. You know, I mean, that's what shaped a lot of my early childhood and growing up, and things that happened after that too. So, yeah, yeah, definitely.
You've went back to the ball, and I'm just wondering. I don't suppose it was overnight or whatever, because it was obviously, to me, it was obvious that, you know, it didn't happen overnight. Nobody sort of asked that question when you went in to ask about, you know, the refraction or whatever, and then the next day. So it's, you know, I worked that out that it never happened overnight. What was the kind of catalyst to start you thinking, wait a minute here, something?
Well, and then, but more recently, obviously, you know, something popped up recently. In fact, this image just popped up one day on my Facebook. I wasn't on YouTube or anything, just on Facebook. Saw this beautiful image of Blackpool. And when you see something so stunning like that, the first thing you want to do, well, first thing I want to do, most people just want to look at it and go, oh, what a beautiful picture. I just looked at it and thought, what a beautiful picture. Let's do some measurements on it. Because that's just how my brain works. And that's
okay. Ranty saw a picture and went, let's do some measurements on it.
Yeah, it's like counting pixels.
Put a ruler on it. No. It's put a ruler on it. Because that's what Ranty does. Puts a ruler on it. And most people would just see a picture and go, wow, that's not a beautiful picture. Not Ranty. Oh, no. He wants to put a ruler on it, measure it. The picture you can see there isn't the picture from the guy. That's one of my son's pictures. With the stones in the corner there. I hope you can see those stones over there in the far corner. We'll be doing a fair bit of work on that.
just how I was programmed to be over the past 5 years. And that's
right. Now, listen to this. You've got to be pretty careful to listen to it. But I can hear him laughing. I hear like Ranty laughing in this.
And thought, what a beautiful picture. Let's do some measurements on it. Because that's just how my brain works. And that's just how I was programmed to be over the past 5 years. And I suppose habits are hard to break. So when you see that image there and you just know all the different landmarks that are in the foreground, you know, it was pretty easy for me to just throw some calculations up, do some measurements. And within 10 minutes or so, I expected to find, you know, a flat plane. I expected to be able to go to Brandon and say, hey, throw this out there, you know, and I just wasn't prepared for the result that I got at all. I wasn't prepared for that. And yeah, it definitely hit me quite hard, actually, because it was looking over the area where I film. And from where I film, I wasn't detecting any drop, nothing like that, no curvature. But yet, from this other perspective, from a different position, it was bloody obvious that there was this drop. I've spent a long...
So as you can see there, there's a video running. That's not a picture. It's a video. You can see Blackpool Tower and the big one, the fairground ride, moving up and down. They're all over the place. You can literally watch it occurring. This is the time of night when the sun's setting. So you can see how the temperature plays in the sort of Skunk Bay-ish type of thing within this bit here. But this is a regular picture that we were taking. Where we did look out towards the thing. We're mainly looking out to the left there where you can see the Isle of Man, where we can see the Fata Morgana sunsets. That's where we go, me and my lad, for that particular bit. But Ranty's seen a picture like this, and he says it's undeniable that there's drop. Of what? Nobody bothered asking him. What's he talking about? The drop of what?
Crazy. Time looking at that photograph, and I've tried applying a lot of different... I wrote the book, essentially, on all the reasons why you can have all these effects. And
But he wrote the book on why you can have all of these effects. What book? Where is it? What the fuck did Ranty do? Let's be honest. Speaks very big of himself, doesn't he?
Books on optics?
Yeah, he thinks so.
Photography? Or what?
Yeah, so he thinks. He wrote the book on optics, flat earth optics. But then he didn't notice that, you know, he didn't go one town over from where he was to go and take a picture of his house. Crazy.
Yeah, but you know, Ranty, in the end up, it's still just a picture, though, mate.
It is just a picture, you're right, but it's a picture that had all the components in it that I needed to do an analysis of it, and it wasn't even a small amount of drop either. It was so definitive what was being shown in that image that I had, you know, just to process that and keep going back to it and keep looking at it and trying to reconcile that with having 5 years of, you know, proofs of flat plane, and then to see this.
5 years of proofs of flat plane, he says. What's a flat plane? Something made up by the Flat Earth Society. It doesn't exist. It's just a plane. Or a flat. One or the other. There's no need to do both. That's ridiculous. 5 years of flat proofs. And then he sees a picture on Facebook from the town over from where he lived. After 5 years. He's never been over here. I did. When I saw the Fata Morgana out there on that beach, I tried to get in contact with Ranty to let him know so he could go to Blackpool to do that. See this little bit here on the corner? That's where Blackpool Tower, where Blackpool is, the corner of Blackpool. We went there to do the laser waving from the beach there to Southport Beach over here. That's where we went. I said to Ranty should go there with his camera. Stand right on that corner on the beach. I'll stand on the beach over here and we'll zoom into each other and take pictures, do lasers and all of that. He didn't want to do it. Still offers open up. I've asked a few other people if they wanted to do it. They don't seem to want to do it either. So if there's anybody out there that would like to go and do any of these tests, anybody wants to come over here, we can do it. It's dead easy. You just go to the beach, take pictures one to the other. I can't leave my lad in one and drive round to the other. I can't do that. So, yeah. Ranty's seen this picture. A picture like this. Just an everyday picture.
It totally threw me, you know, totally threw me. And I'll be honest, you know, I mean, it was so obvious that it was showing drop. I gave the image to Conspiracy Cats, I gave the image to Ruhif, and I asked them to go and validate this, you know, tell me what's going on in this. And Conspiracy Cats, it's easier for him to get to that location than for me. It takes about well over an hour to get there for me. And if I'm working anywhere up in Cleves or something.
Well over an hour. Fancy that. Like, he just can't. He can't travel down to the next bit. In 5 years. It's just too much for him to do. You know, it's only like he spent 5 years finding proofs of one thing, and then he sees a picture on the Facebook, and then he goes, hey, you guys, you validate it for me. It's too much for me to go over there and do this. Does it sound believable?
Not very.
Like, what's going on? So, I mean, let's see this story, the bullshit story, carries on going.
Something like that. It would take about an hour and 25 minutes, and it's a long journey around, just even if you haven't got a great visibility. So
it's not that far. We've been to Blackpool many times. I've been over there to these bits here with these stones and took pictures of that. In fact, I've done it live while we were in this very Discord. Showed everybody the pictures while we were over there. Anybody can vouch for it. We do that quite regularly. Me and my lad, we go out with the camera to Southport, these beaches here, and we've been over there to Blackpool. We've been to many different places. It's not that far. And if you're going to do it, like Ranty's had a YouTube channel. This is a big fucking news for him. And he couldn't even go there himself. Sad.
Somebody that's more local to that, who can just nip in the car and, you know, check it out. You know, and he did. He went to go and check it out, and he didn't get any visibility. But Bev.
So, right. So he's sent Conspiracy Cats over there to do a picture, and Conspiracy Cats made a video about it, right? Showing the picture. And I said, we do that all the time. I said to my lad, let's go down there. Because I knew where it was. Conspiracy Cat showed everyone where it was. And he said, this is where the picture was taken from. And we went there. And we went, no, it's not, it wasn't taken from there. Can't have been taken from there. Can't have been taken from there. This is where it was taken from. And it can't have been taken at that time of day. It can't have been done like that. So here's the picture that we took. That's what we actually did. That's the actual story of what occurred. But listen to what Ranty says. I went there to take a picture to show that the picture that they were using was fraudulent. Right? They were using it under fraudulent conditions. Ranty was using it incorrectly, and he was stating incorrect things about it.
Bev went, and he got a very similar image. Okay, it was a bit darker. It wasn't as clear with the, you know, because he didn't have as good a camera, obviously, and there was no snow on the hills. But with a little bit of tweaking, when he was able to highlight and contrast some of the ridges on there.
When Ranty fucked about with it, not me. We never do that. We don't change the brightness or anything. We do not do that. We show the exact image from the camera that we ever did. That's what I did when I showed Ranty. I said, look, Ranty, it wasn't taken at that time of day as you claimed it was, and it wasn't taken from that position as you claimed it was. And now Ranty says,
I could make out very clearly that it was showing the same terrain. It was showing the same dips, the same valleys, the same mountains in relation to the Blackpool Tower as well. But I wasn't really focused too much on the trigonometry of it all. I was more interested in just the mountain itself. Imagine the mountain was a face.
So Ranty wasn't interested in the trigonometry of it, even though he said there was a considerable drop and he wanted to do measurements. Remember? Everyone remember that. Ranty said he wanted to do measurements and there was a considerable drop. Let's listen to this.
Yes, he said at the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Listen to this.
But I wasn't really focused too much on the trigonometry of it all. I was more interested in just the mountain itself. Imagine the mountain was a face. And, you know, I was looking at that face and I'm thinking, right, okay, so I can see the eyebrows. Yes, I can see the eyeball. Right, perfect. Can I see the nose? Well, the nose is a bit, yeah, you can't really see that. Well, what about the top lip? What about the bottom lip? What about the chin? Where's all that? You know?
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Where's the chin of the mountain? Not bothered about trigonometry.
Yeah, I totally follow your logic. And now imagine right there. Imagine that, right? See, imagine that you could like magically drop. Imagine you could, but imagine you could ramp the lower end down. Could you not imagine seeing that whole?
You know, I would imagine that because essentially it's getting rid of my identity. My identity for the past 5 years has been Ranty Flat Earth, let's say, and now it's no longer Ranty Flat Earth. It's something
It's
different.
ranty baller. I hope to fuck you don't turn out like the fucking two pricks, Sean G and Jose JG Gonzalez when you leave the ball. Right, it'll bring out your true character. As I say, it brought out Jose's and it brought out Sean G's, and this will bring out your true character, how you handle this. But it'll also bring out for me the true character, how people, see how true to their word or their belief system, or is how they treat you. Like, that's more of the thing I'm waiting for, is to watch who's doing all this shouting and bawling and all this kind of fucking. Because to me, it's like all that stuff. It just reveals to me these people that they're not enlightened at all about seeking the truth.
It's about being honest about things that you've actually found out. I mean, there's been things in the past that I found out that I've covered up for other people.
So have you had any bad reaction from any flat earthers in Ranty or anything like that? You been attacked yet, or
only from Shills versus Shills, who I will be reporting to the police after this. Exactly, and if you're a truther, this information should, it should be useful information for you. It shouldn't be information that you want to try and sort of like go after the person that talks about the information. You should be accepting of the information and then make your decisions based upon the information, not go after the person. So unfortunately, there are some unstable people in this community, as some of them are in the chat right now, and they have a real problem in dealing with truth. And I've never been having a problem with truth. This is the truth, and you can either like it or you can lump it. I don't give a shit. But if you're going to come threatening me for talking about the truth, then I have a problem with that. So with that, Ali, I will leave and I'll let you round up your stream, Ali. All right, mate. It seems like there's been a lot of kerfuffle over this image. I don't know why. Don't know why people can't just look at it and say, here's an image, like this image right now that's on screen, and it's just an image, right? It
Just
really
an
is
image.
as simple as that. Now, you guys know me. I have been looking at photographs for the past 5 years. That's all I did. In flat earth debates.
It's all he did. He just looked at pictures. That was all Ranty ever did. He looked at pictures.
Whenever an image popped up, Nathan Oakley, Sleeping Warrior, it didn't really matter who it was. If they had an image, they didn't do it themselves. They didn't analyse it themselves. They gave it to me to look at.
Yeah, Ranty looked at all of the pictures for everybody. Nobody else could look at pictures. Ranty was the expert at looking at pictures.
You know why? Because I'm good at analysing images. Simple as that. I'm good at working things out, and I'm good.
He's good at analysing images and working things out. Yeah.
At research, and they have a problem with images. Clearly, after listening to today's show, the image itself is very clear, and the evidence in it is very clear. And I'm not going to talk about it being a globe Earth proof at all. In fact, I'm not going to discuss globe at all in this. I'm not going to even mention it being globe. I'm not going to mention that, and I'm not going to mention trigonometry, right?
No trigonometry.
For some simple reasons, right? Not going to mention.
The simple reasons is he's no good at maths. He's fucking useless at it. And it wouldn't help him anyway. He's not got a clue. He's been told not to talk about the trigonometry. In fact, everybody has regarding this picture. Because there's some glaring problems whenever you do talk about trigonometry. Considering trigonometry is about triangles. That's our business, right? So that's why Ranty's not going to talk about trigonometry with this.
Trigonometry. I'm going to mention globe, and I'll show you why. Right. So, Bev Try Thinking, or Bev, whatever his name is, no idea. Bev. Anyway, he's in the chat. Bev, guys, you're giving me an absolute panic attack here, because it's only an image. for crying out loud. It really is only an image, right? Now, Bev, here we have Bev, eye level. B, I am making an assumption that it was probably at low tide, and giving all the benefits to the flat plane. And 12 meters, I think, is a very reasonable guess from that spot. I've actually been there myself. Other people have been there too. You know, there's no, you couldn't say it was 30 meters. You know, you couldn't say it was 20. 12 is a very educated guess. And Bev, that's eye level.
12 is a very educated guess, despite the fact that it's 7. But don't worry about that. Renty's going to make an educated guess that's 5 meters out from the actual. But hey, just goes to show that Ranty, although he's been there, he's not been there to work out where the shot was taken from, and he's not been there to find out that 12 meters is fucking impossible. But this is Ranty, you know, don't talk about trigonometry with him.
Sea level. Bev, eye level. The scarring on the hill, let's zoom in. Can you see that scarring on the hill? Can you see the two? See how they match up perfectly? Can you see the scarring? There. Can you see the scarring? So where I'm pointing to this scarring here, this line, this scarring on that hill here, that is an elevation of 476 meters, right? That scarring here, this line, is at 476 meters. That's elevation on that mountain. That mountain. Somebody stood there is 476 meters above sea level. Somebody stood on the top of that there is 796 meters above sea level. Now, where is Bev? Whereabouts is Bev? Come on, Bev. I'm only using eye level. Bev's my eye level. That's eye level. Bev's finger is at eye level. Yeah, Bev? Bev's eye level. Eye level, Bev. Eye level's here. Bev's finger. Bev. Eye level. Bev. I'm not using trigonometry. I'm just using the image and what you can see in the image. That's all I'm using. It's just an image. That's why I've actually called it. It's just an image. Randomly occultate. I spent 2 months analysing this image, Bev. It's an image with things on. Imagine your head.
Spent 2 months analysing an image. It's an image with things on.
You realize that there are things there.
Oh, man. You realise this is the best they've got, right? They had to stage this whole thing. It's set up. And they purposely had to not consider talking about certain things with it. And everybody else must have decided together as a game, yes, we need to put a bit of drama and excitement back into this failing flat earth bullshit. So this was all concocted. It's really fucking strange, really.
Your head, Bev, is the mountain. Your head is the mountain. Where is the bottom of your head? Where's the bottom of it? Well, you know, if your head was behind there, how much of your head would we see? You know?
Not that Ranty's seeing me in this picture anywhere or whatever, like, but he's fucking obsessed with me.
I really cannot understand what he's talking about right now. Because we have only this picture and there is no Bev there. So what he's talking about?
Yeah, I didn't want to use his video because I knew he'd strike me with the video. So, yeah, these are all my... this is my picture, the one... You know, what I was thinking was, right, obviously, that there are people that would look into this to verify Ranty's claims about a picture doing things. Right, so we've got, and we've been over there, you've seen all of the tests we've done optics tests, we've done the water level test, and at some point somebody might decide to work out whether Ranty's claims have anything to do with any of the optics tests that we've done over this beach, or any of the other tests that we've done, whether that's relevant to an equal elevation, or whether a horizontal has an equal elevation, and whether that can be shown through this picture looking over from Blackpool, from one sea shore to the other. Because that bit over on the corner, right over there, like I said, where Ranty is, this bit over here, where Blackpool is, that's a certain distance. They're at a certain elevation. So there's meant to be a drop somewhere, yet you can see the sea wall over there. There doesn't appear to be a drop, like is claimed by certain people. I was hoping that at some point, some of these things may seem to trigger into people's minds. So this is a picture, obviously, showing that we have been there. We've done extensive testing. It's dead easy for us to do it. We've already done it. Taking time lapses. This is a time lapse of it that you can see all of these images in the distance moving around in the air. Yet they're claiming a picture, one picture, that's a composite. It's been touched up. It's a professional photographer. It's not just a random guy taking a picture. No, he had a frame, he had a thing, it was set up, and he took a picture. He didn't take his camera out to take it, walking the dog and take this picture like it was claimed. So yeah, we have done testing on this, and nobody else seems to be able to talk about it, or even talk to us about it, where obviously we've got the most footage of it, we've got the most pictures of it.
Well, we might see your eyes and your nose, maybe. But what's happened to your top lip and your chin and everything else? Probably down here. What's happened to all that? Where is it gone? Right, because this mountain, you might as well have a face on it, because that's what it is. It literally is a face. It's got the markings on it.
Ranty became obsessed with the mountain being a face, and like he was pretending he couldn't see the chin or the nose, or like he was using it in that sort of way. The mountains in the background of Blackpool Tower.
That you need to identify what you're looking at, right? What do we see, Bev? Come on, Bev. And that's why I'm thanking you, mate. That's why I'm thanking you. I'm just looking at an image and just saying, there's the hill, right? We know some things on this hill. We know some feet. Eye level, Bev. Eye level. Thank you, Bev. Eye level. Bev. It's a simple question. Right. That's been a quick, 15-minute stream for me, I think. Yeah, 20-minute stream, something like that. Anyway, and I appreciate you all stopping by. Thank you very much. I don't want to talk, as I say, it's nothing to do with trigonometry. It's nothing to do with globe proof. It's just asking the question. It's just an image. And this is for the Flat Earth debate team too. Anyway, well, what can I say? Hashtag thanks, Bev. Hashtag thanks, Bev. Keep that going. I might make a t-shirt about it. How's about that? A t-shirt and a flat cap. What do you think?
How's about that then?
Teespring shop. Hashtag thanks, Bev. I think I might do that, actually. That'd be pretty cool. I make you famous, Bev. How's about that? Right. That'll do, guys.
Ranty's going to make me famous. Do you reckon? Do you reckon he's not got the ability to? Being useless.
And I will see you all in the next one, guys. Take care.
Shout out to Flip Flop. Shout out to Ranty.
Hashtag thanks, Bev.
Honestly, I was just normally educated until I graduated high school. I didn't go to college to anything science or math or nothing like that. So I learned from the globe, which I was very interested in the globe, and I saw a lot of documentaries before. And I learned from the globe. I learned the globe, the details, through flat earthers, through the eyes of flat earthers, and I learned the details through their eyes. and I didn't want to see the globe side, the actual side. I didn't want to look at the bunkers or nothing like that. I just wanted to learn about the globe, being a flat earther. So everything, the way flat earthers explained the globe to me, of course I was a flat earther because nothing made sense.
Triple Crow, I just want to throw out there that Farmer's Boy is a flat earther too.
In East Anglia, which are famously flat.
Yeah, what Farmers are saying, he's talked about, it's pretty flat. It does look flat.
I just wanted to say about Ranty's recent conversion, if anyone's interested. I got to tell you, I don't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth. Not at all.
So that was somebody calling Farmer's Boy, a Farmer's Boy, a flat earther, and Farmer's Boy, a Farmer's Boy, agreeing that it is flat. If you didn't get that. This one's called Thanks Ranty. So if anybody wants to get a Farmer's Boy admitting he is a flat earther, I think that's all you need, isn't it? Just one sort of comment mentioned there for a Farmer's Boy. So we can safely say that a Farmer's Boy is a flat earther. Do you want to go? I'll make it. I don't want to misrepresent it like a...
To say about Ranty's...
I just wanted to learn about the globe, being a flat earther. So everything, the way flat earthers explained the globe to me, of course I was a flat earther because nothing made sense.
Triple Crow, I just want to throw out there that Farmer's Boy is a flat earther too.
In East Anglia, which are famously flat.
Yeah, what Farmers are saying, he's talked about, it's pretty flat. It does look flat.
I just wanted to say about Ranty's recent conversion, if anyone's interested. I got to tell you, I don't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth.
Does that mean he's calling him a liar? I don't know.
It seems like, yes.
Yeah.
Not at all. I think he was playing the Flat Earthers, and I think he's playing us. I don't believe a single thing that he says.
I think, and this may go down well, it might not go down so well, but I wouldn't throw those observations away or some of those analyses right now, because there's some research that me and Katz are actually working on, and it's possible that there could be a better explanation and an easier explanation and still have the globe.
No, that's
Ooh, Ranty and Katz on another explanation. Ranty was wanting flat water, I think that's what he was after. He was trying to work out how to have flat water.
That's fair, yeah. Go ahead.
So we are still working on that, and hopefully we'll have that information out, hopefully in the next couple of weeks on a live stream of his. We have got papers that go with it, so there are people out there in their field that are discussing this phenomena and how it works and what it does and the effects of this, etc., etc., etc. So it's just that they haven't cross-pollinated that with flat Earth yet. So
this is a load of bullshit that somebody's told Ranty to feed him into this. Listen to it.
If that's possible to be able to demonstrate that, okay, you can see 15 miles, you can see 20 miles from sea level and it still be a globe. And one other thing as well, removing the idea of looming. That's the key thing, because I think we've all been hoodwinked with that. I think we've all been thrown a spanner in the works with that one thing, because it's the one thing that flat earthers always will never, ever, ever, ever agree on, which is that you can have looming. And it's never been demonstrated by the globers for proof of that. But if we came up with an explanation that didn't require that, and it still being a globe, and a lot of observations would then make sense, and you wouldn't have that bendy magic going on, well, I think it's a win for everyone.
Wow, what does that sound like Ranty's doing? He's still going to do some further studies to work out how you can have flat water on a globe. Research it, brother. Research it.
Magic.
Well, the real globe, right? I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make the observations comport with the real globe.
Excellent, man. Yeah, guys, feel free. Ranty, I don't know if all of you have been here, but appreciate you jumping in. Don't be pedantic on don't go crazy and ask silly questions. Take advantage and, chat with Ranty for a minute there.
So yeah, so what's happened recently is I've basically, when I first joined this debate, and well, it wasn't even a debate. I joined. Well, I didn't even do that. I actually just went out and bought a camera because I watched a few videos. That was it. Just watched a few videos about is the Earth flat. I bought a P900. I went.
It was headhunted. Is he gonna say?
Down to the beach. I could see further than I should on a globe, and I put a video out. And the very first video I put out, Sleeping Warrior made a hit piece against me because he just went live calling me a super fan of his. I had no idea who the hell he was talking about, but he was clearly thinking I was some kind of troll. And then I actually watched his live stream, and inside it, he goes, "Oh, actually, you might be a flat earther." But he started the stream as in, "Oh, look at this other troll that's coming after me," and I'm like,
"Look at this other troll that's coming after me." Did you hear that? These are the things that everybody, I don't know whether everybody's caught these or not, right?
After me, it means he was talking about himself, Sleeping Warrior.
He's talking, well, he's a troll, right?
And Ranty is going after
yes.
him, yeah?
Yeah, they're both trolls. They know. Sleeping Warrior brought Ranty in. Ranty was a troll. Sleeping Warrior was a troll. They got together. Troll meets troll. Listen.
Thinking I was some kind of troll. And then I actually watched his live stream, and inside it, he goes, "Oh, actually, you might be a flat earther." But he started the stream as in, "Oh, look at this other troll that's coming after me." And I'm like, "Oh." Honestly, I swear to God, that was the first interaction with any...
Look at this other troll.
Any kind of YouTube trolling or anything like that had ever gone on.
See? Troll. The relationship of troll meeting troll. It never ended. It never changed. 5 years Ranty managed to make that troll thing work. And he did quite well out of it.
And then, yeah, before you know it, obviously, you get dragged in and you start building your channel. You start doing more observations. More people look to you to do more work. You do more work. More people look for you for answers. Before you know it, more people are coming to you with observations to try and figure out with... more people subscribing to your channel.
No, Ranty, that's not how it works for normal people. It's how it works for trolls. Definitely how it works for trolls. Everybody knows what it was. It was working like that. Ranty's channel. Completely.
You know, and before you know it, you're in a situation where you don't want to slow down, and you don't want to disappoint your audience, and you don't want to disappoint your subscribers, and you don't want to not understand the next thing that's down the line, and you want to look at yesterday's work and think, well, what was that? Let me go and figure it out. And, all from nothing, all from me watching a bloody video, I ended up in a situation where I'm, essentially working full time doing this, sort of just, that's all I was thinking about for years. So to actually experience no drop from where I film. So it's not like where I film, it's not like you've got a landmark and something else that you can look at and then determine.
There's mountains. There's loads of landmarks. They're obsessed with Blackpool Tower.
Drop. There's none of that. So the only things that I can really look across are the waters. And the waters appear to be flat. It has to be said, the waters do appear to be flat. You can see a long way. So I was always saying, well, yeah, you can't see drop in my location. Prove me wrong. And I was quite happy at that point until I saw that image. And when I saw that image, I was like, oh, fuck.
Before I pass the mic,
I got an important question.
Hold on, Brian.
Right, so if anybody knows about what we're doing in philosophy and all of that, well, if the understanding of the mind the way the mind works. The images, they're right at the bottom. They're nowhere near proof standard. They are the lowest of the low. They're below trust images. He's never verified it for himself, like he said. He went there. Cats went there. They couldn't verify anything because they are useless with the cameras. They don't know what they're doing. They've just got images from other people. There's loads of people who've done this. They take images off the internet and then do analysis on those images. It's useless. Never trust anybody that does that. Unless you're willing to trust it for yourself. And then anybody can just give you any picture. And you have to believe them. If you don't believe them, then you're calling them a liar. And they'll get offended. You don't want to offend people who show you pictures.
Pass the mic. Last quick point from me. I know you. I mean, you have kind of not been hours and long hours going around everywhere, but on the places that you have gone, because I know you were on Gem Panda for a little bit, and maybe here or there. From the globe side, the globers that were, if there were anybody that was really nasty and harsh to you when you were a flat earther, were there any that approach you now that you have spoken with them personally, and they go like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, man."
Well, no, not really. Because I think I'd say in the last 2 years or so, I really haven't been trolled by anyone. Really?
Good.
That's because he's a troll. Don't let anybody know.
You know, on any side, you know, I mean, you know, when somebody new comes on the scene, then, you know, the first thing you do is you go after them. And, you know, when I was first on the scene, I didn't care. So it was like water off a duck's back. And the more they came after me, the more it didn't bother me. So, but then I think people just got to seeing that, you know, I wasn't a troll. I wasn't out there causing problems for other people. I wasn't being a twat to other people.
You know a very important point, and they've been talking about. They say, why is
he had an army of sock accounts? You probably noticed that they've all gone missing. They were all ranties.
It's very strange that Ranty, the day before he went on Cats, he went on Brandon's show and he was asking everybody if they were a flat earther or a glober. And when you gave your answer, you say, I am a flat earther, and Mick West, 7/6R, blah, blah, blah. I am a flat earther. And then the next day you come in, they say, that's some kind of a tactic he's using. I say, dude, that I was telling earlier, Chris Berry, the same thing I did the day before I went on Arwin on my own because there was nobody else live. If Nathan was on, I would have gone on Nathan, but Nathan was off that day. So I say, let me go to Gem Panda and talk to the guys. I say, yeah, I'm a flat earther. Ask me any question. I'm going to debate all of you. And they were asking me all the questions. I put myself in the spot. I was like, holy shit, I got no answers, you know? And the next day I came clean. So it's kind of I mean, from my perspective, I don't think you did it on purpose or some kind of a clickbait type of thing. Or did you?
I went in there with an agenda, which was to ask through all the panelists what their opinion was on standard refraction. Essentially, you know,
I think I can remember that. Does everybody else remember that? Ranty coming in and asking everybody whether they were flat earthers or globers. It was right after Ranty got really triggered about the level is horizontal. He never wanted to come and have a look at any of the tests we were doing. He never wanted to join us. He never wanted to go and do the laser test from Blackpool to whatever. He never wanted to come to the canal and watch any of the auto level tests and the water level tests that we did. He never wanted to see any of that, despite just being just down the road, next town down, a little bit too far away from him. Maybe Cats. Nah, Cats didn't want to bother either. There's not been many people that do want to bother. That's what sort of led me to the beginning to know that Ranty and Sleeping Warrior were both trolling everyone. We knew it for quite a while. And yeah, we did point it out.
You know, getting, and that's why I clarified it with him. Are you a flat earther? Do you believe, or are you a globe earther? And do you believe in standard refraction? Because I needed it for this next line of research. I needed some kind of baseline where I could go back and say, I asked 25 individual people on a panel, let's say 7 of them were globers and 18 of them were flat earthers, and I asked every one of them about standard refraction. Did they believe in it and what their beliefs were about the shape
I
of the
never
Earth?
got to answer it that day, but I got one comment and one question. What's up, Randy? But
You're right.
just to see how I feel about this whole thing.
Wait a minute.
Let Randy
So I
finish
needed
first,
this.
Brian.
So I needed that. I needed to hear it from their own voices, because then I had a baseline to work on, and it was what I had assumed. I had assumed that most, if not all, flat earthers don't believe in standard refraction looming, and that all globe earthers, bar maybe just a handful, let's say, believe that things are loomed up from behind the horizon. So I had that clear. Obviously, I'd assumed that this was the case, but it was nice to actually hear that from the panelists and them verbalize it without me telling them what I was doing it for, because I was surreptitiously going in to find out. And when I'd asked them all, I was just about to hit, I'm going on mute, and Brandon asked me. He says, "Well, what do you think?" I was like, and I put, "Well, as a flat earther, I would say that I don't believe in standard refraction. That it's nonsense, that Mick West's 7/6 are bollocks. It's all bollocks. I don't believe in looming, right?" So, but that was all due to the research that I've been doing with conspiracy cats.
The research you've been doing with conspiracy cats? That's nice, isn't it? Did everybody know that? Ranty and conspiracy cats. Sleeping Warrior also brought conspiracy cats in. So Ranty and conspiracy cats were all brought in by Sleeping Warrior. And Ranty and conspiracy cats. Also massive trolls. I don't know whether you know how good at trolling they are and how many accounts they have and how they support each other with hundreds of accounts to bolster everybody's numbers. It's pretty impressive the way it works. Obviously, the crash didn't help him.
And trying to reconcile that one thing, because there is a big divide. There's a big divide between flat earthers and globe earthers on this one subject. And
I'll tell you why I don't believe in that too. My one comment was about standard refraction.
Well, it's just one thing that we are. Well, there's two things actually, but one of the main ones anyway is this idea that you can have things loomed up from behind the horizon, and there is such. I mean, you might as well dig a trench and go back to World War I and pretend you're in the trenches there, and nobody's going to give a ground any. Honestly, you might as well, And the lines are very clearly defined, but I think there's something in. I think there's a way inside of that, in no man's land, where the answer lies, where everybody's right. Flat earthers are right that they can see further, and flat earthers are right because you don't have this fucking looming bollocks. But the globe earthers are right because it's still a globe.
What you want to go with is the real globe. Anything in reality fits the real globe. There's no need for the false dichotomy. There is another one.
Right. It sounds convoluted. The only thing I was ever interested in when I first picked up my P900 5 years ago, or whatever it was to just go down the beach and see whether there was any curvature where I lived.
Beautiful.
I didn't see it. That's the only thing I was interested in, right? And I never saw it. I'm satisfied that we live on a globe after analysing that image. That'll do for me. The rest of it's all just hearsay and nonsense. I don't get into.
Yeah. So Ranty never saw any 5 years until he saw a picture on the internet.
Yes.
Wow.
For 5 years.
Yeah.
He couldn't see any curvature, and now, boom.
Boom.
we have
A picture on the
curvature.
internet. Wow.
Yes.
Stare at it for 2 months. 200 hours he spent staring at that picture, putting rulers on it, imagining chins and stuff.
So that.
I say, dude, I'm gonna make this statement, and now that you're here, you correct me if I'm wrong. I say, I don't think Ranty gives 2 fucks about the sun, on the moon, on the stars, and the rotations, and none of that shit. Ranty from the get-go, he's interested in the land we stand on. He's interested in observations and what's going on down to earth. He couldn't give a fuck about the sun and the moon and the stars. He will figure it out later. Is that a fair statement, Ranty?
That is a very fair
it's not.
statement. That's a, that,
It's not
that,
because wait, we still got 6 months left, Ranty. You challenge us to study the sun.
Brian Leakey, let Ranty address what I say, please.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, that was my personal.
This is the year we're challenging the sun. That's all.
Okay, but yeah, that's fine. So, but for me personally, I was only ever interested in my location and whether there was any curvature. That's all I was. I couldn't care what happened in Hawaii. I couldn't care what happened in New Zealand. I was just interested in seeing it for myself or having somewhere local where I could go to and experience seeing the drop. And that image and Bev, thanks Bev, from landmass to landmass to landmass, which is 3 points on land, you can definitively determine that there is drop.
No, you can't. We'll be going over this.
Definitively. There's no ums about it. There's no ahs about it. There's no horizon to worry about. There's no water refraction going on. There's none of that. It's landmass to landmass to landmass, and then it's very simple, known distances, known elevations of everything that you look at. Most people would have seen that image and said, what a beautiful image of Blackpool. I looked at it and thought, what a beautiful image of Blackpool. And then my first thought was to start analysing it. And even though I'd stepped away from the argument, stepped away from the debates, I was hoping that it was just going to show a flat plane. But when it didn't, and it showed drop, then, well, you know, my head turned upside down because...
Ranty's analysis of what you're seeing in the picture right now, that's what he's talking about. He's analysed a picture pretty much the same as what's on the screen right now.
Yeah, so we have on the screen proof of the globe.
Yep.
Here.
Yeah, obvious drop in there. You can see it's obvious according to Ranty. Undeniable.
Because it was so clear.
So clear.
You've seen similar images before, and I don't think it's just this, but when you saw this image and the analysis and the comparison and everything was in front of you, I bet you had some flashbacks in your head, like, you know what, this one now add up, this one makes more sense. Did everything come back to you, a lot of things that you've seen before after this?
No, I had to go back to square one. I had to reassess everything from start to finish and think, how come I've got 7 terabytes of data? How come I've got so many observations of shore to shore? Why am I seeing this when I look over this image and I look over where I'm filming from, and it's very clear that it's curving?
See, if Ranty had took that thing up where I said to him, you know, Fata Morgana, this is the Fata Morgana beach, this one here, looking, just turn left, 90 degrees. From Blackpool, turn 90 degrees, look out. You've got Isle of Man over there in the distance. You've got ideal Fata Morgana. You've got the equalising of the band, of the density. When you get the conditions just right, you get parallel, horizontal band of air. Fata Morgana, perfect for it. We've got filmed 5 of them so far over that particular area there. But Ranty's now saying he's got 7 terabytes from the wrong place. Utterly ridiculous. And you know what? Ranty never got either from Blackpool over there. He never got the Isle of Man from the beach.
Couldn't reconcile this. I was not happy with what I was seeing. I had 2 months to research, and I have been researching for 2 months behind the scenes. And that's why, you know, we've got papers, we've got research that's been conducted in all different locations throughout the world that back up.
They've got nothing. That's why he had to use my son's picture. Because he couldn't even get one himself.
What I'm going to be talking about coming soon, that explain why you may be able to have a localized flatness, flat water localized, but you know, obviously over the greater distance it is curved, and it sounds
listen to what Ranty's doing. Listen.
Obviously.
Yeah, it's
why you may be able to have a localized flatness, flat water localized, but obviously over the greater distance it is curved. And it sounds convoluted. Rumpus will disagree, Ruhif will disagree, and I'm not bothered about that. It's just information that I'm just going to put out there. But if it satisfied me enough to be able to step forward, because without that research, I don't think I'd have been able to bite the bullet and say, I believe in Midwest 7/6R standard refraction looming.
So Ranty's, I don't know how well it went for the guys. How well did it go? Did he manage to prove flat water? Did he manage to sell flat water to the Globe guys? Seems a bit weird. I mean, I don't know why anybody would say flat water. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we've always said that a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, not the beach. Like, nobody sees flat water. That's ridiculous, especially not out at looking over the sea. But yeah, Ranty, I hope it did well selling flat water to the Globers.
Now, I'm not talking about all the other stuff that goes on, which is the towering, the stooping, all the compression, all that kind of stuff. I'm not talking about anything to do with that.
Time.
I'm talking about specifically looming. That's it. The only, things being lifted up from behind Earth curve. That's the only thing that I would, challenge, and being able to find some different research that may suggest that is not needed on the globe model, right? But to still get the same observations that we've been getting on a globe, that to me made me then step forward, because I'd found what I considered was a viable answer for all the research that I'd done, and also being able to step back and be a globe earther.
Wow. He's been talking to cats and all of that, and they've found a way that Ranty can use all of his pictures of the past and put them on the globe. Fantastic the way it works. I'm pretty sure it involved a really weird handshake and a,
Yeah, so this is one of the rules of imaginometry. So if you have proof for flat Earth, it means that you have proofs for globe.
For the globe,
for
yeah.
this globe.
This globe. Yeah, it helps us out, I think. The real globe, that's where Ranty is.
What causes the apparent junction? Is it Earth curvature or your eyesight?
Again, I'm not too fussed about the arguments around that. I'm an image person, and I'm an image person. I take pictures, I look at images, and I don't need to understand wherever this is going.
Image. He's an image person. Image, imagination. So Ranty's, imaginometry. He's good at imagining things.
I just need to understand that there is a picture out there. So for me personally, I don't need to answer anything other than there's the image, analyze it yourself, come to your own conclusions. That's what I did. To be honest, I pretty much wrote the book on optics for flat earthers. Guaranteed. There was other people out there doing the same sort of research as well, but I was always really pushing hard.
See in the background, look at that, check it out. Blue Marble Science Live, that's the seismometer dish when it was working. Look at it. Beam position.
Talking about the inferior mirage, for instance, when nobody else would go near it. Things like that. I literally pushed hard for optics because I thought it was the way to go. And for me in this image, I thought of everything. Every explanation that I'd ever thought of, every explanation that anybody else had thought of, and I tried applying it to this image. And at every single step, my reasoning failed. At every
That's why he employed imagination. Because when reasoning fails, you can employ imagination instead.
Oh man, listen to this again. This is genius.
And I tried applying it to this image, and at every single step, my reasoning failed.
Every single step of the way, Ranty's reasoning just failed. No logic. He just disappeared. Couldn't work it out.
Every single step. And you know what they say? I think it was at Sherlock Holmes. If you exhaust every other angle and the most ludicrous is the only is the only explanation that's left, then that's who did it or whatever. That's the.
You know what Sherlock Holmes said?
That sounded so ridiculous. Could you play that one?
Yeah, I can, yeah. Oh, man.
Making shit up.
A fool can't get fooled again.
That's who did it. Listen to it. Fucking
Reasoning failed at every single step. And you know what they say? I think it was at Sherlock Holmes. If you exhaust every other angle and the most ludicrous is the only is the only explanation that's left, then that's who did it or whatever. That's the answer, and that's what I did. I went through
That's what he did.
I mean, I would think the most ludicrous was the one you threw out the first, but I mean, hey, if you hold on to it till the last, I mean,
the only one that's left. This fucking ludicrous thing.
Yeah, there you
go. That's who did it. That's the culprit. Oh.
Everything I could think of to try and explain it, and I couldn't. So it only left me with one thing. If you can only see half of that mountain, and you know what you're looking, you know the location, which I do, and you know all the parameters of everything that's been given.
But he's never been there and took the picture. He's never been there for himself. So how does he know it? Because he's never been there.
So you know all the elevations of everything. You know the elevation of the camera.
Understanding perspective, angular reductions, everything. Accounting on everything. Yeah.
Accounting for everything. I accounted for every single thing that I could think of. Believe you me, if there was an image that I wanted to find a flat earth proof for or to find an explanation for, it was this. And I tried. Really did. Everything. Couldn't answer it.
You can't find a proof in a picture. Fuck's sake. Everybody's been sold this idea where you get an image from somewhere and it tells you something. It doesn't. Never has. It's just an image. You should go over the philosophy course. Get used to the divided line. Find where the importance, where the image lies within this chain of reality. Understanding first principles. Find out where the image is. And then you'll see the people that are obsessed with it.
What do I do with that? Well, I have to then go back to the start, where I first started, take all my observations, and maybe think out of the box a bit. Go back to being a globe earther for a time, but with some flat earth research, and let's see if I can find a different explanation. I looked at it another way. I was retired from the debates. I'd walked away. I'd given my channel away to somebody else. I'm just a name now, nothing else. There's nothing special about me. Everyone else, they're still carrying on doing their thing. And you're right, I could have just absolutely stayed away and not got involved, not got bothered, not had the hassle. But when I saw that image, I felt like I owed it to my subscribers. 5,000 people subscribed to me for a reason. They subscribed to me because they knew I'd tell them the truth, because I would explain.
Baby truther.
Oh, man. I didn't subscribe to him.
Something if I found an explanation, or they would know that they could come to me and ask me a question. I would tell them as best as I could. And when I saw that image, I just couldn't sit behind it and sit on it and just think, I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to, I'm just going to push it away to one side and forget about it, because that isn't who I am. I saw that image and I just thought, I'm going to have to tell people. I'm going to have to come clean. I'm going to have to show them this. And people can say about me what they want. I'm going to get flack for it. I didn't need it in my life right now. I
see the irony,
need that
Randy,
in my
right?
life right now.
You see the irony with you and me, because I'm interested into the same thing that you were, and always are in the optics and long distance observations. And this simple little lighthouse with stripes is kind of the one big straw, the one big drop that just overflowed that cup. I just I couldn't take it, man. You know.
I said that on Conspiracy Cat's first video that he put out. I said there's just a few observations that I can't explain or whatever. And I said maybe Jose JG's, which lighthouse, maybe Canigou, and maybe Timmy Osmond. And I said they were the three observations that I struggled to, process as a flat.
So that's Jose, Ruhif. Ruhif does the Canigou one. That was where we initially did the opposite side angle, where Ruhif was playing with the angle. You can do fuck all with an angle. That was told for Ruhif about the Canigou one. And Timmy Osmond. So that's who Ranty couldn't... They were the only pictures that Ranty couldn't fully explain. He could do everything else apart from those.
Earther. Canigou, not so much. That was just a tip of the hat to Ruhif. But your one with the lighthouse, and also Timmy Osmond's with what he did at elevation, looking at that distance.
Yeah,
where it was now. But you know,
through the lake, yeah.
But yeah, they're the only two that I've really had a problem with. The rest I could pretty much, explain, or at least try to explain and do a blood.
Has anyone ever tried to explain the horizon over our heads? Under the horizon, has anyone tried to explain that? How about anybody explaining how Fata Morgana can turn the Isle of Man upside down? Anyone tried to explain that? Optically? I don't know. Perhaps we just ignore those ones.
Pretty good explanation of doing it too, but
can I ask Randy some questions?
Those two were difficult for me.
Cool. That
hey Randy, it's Chris.
What's up, Chris? Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey Chris, you alright?
Hey, yeah, pretty good. So look, I'm just gonna be honest, right? I mean, you and I have always had a good relationship, despite what's happened with you and the Oakley group and your old show group, or whatever has happened in the past. I was never involved in any of that, so I always felt like we had a good rapport. We even, we worked on some music collab stuff there for a minute. And so I don't know, I guess for me, I'm surprised the way that you came out. So I know I kind of chatted with you on the side a bit. I think the strange thing for me is we've talked about this. I've talked about this with the Oakley group, with this group. And it's strange because you came out on your old show Friday, and then you asked everyone what they were and what they thought of the refraction thing. And then it got to you, and you said definitively, I'm a flat earther, and I think Mick West 76R is bullcrap, whatever you said, right, specifically. And then the very next day, like less than 24 hours later, you go on Cats and say all of a sudden you're a Glober because of this one photo. Not just because of that, I guess you mentioned 2 or 3 things, fine. So did you do that on purpose, or did it just play out that way? Like, why did you go on your old show the night before?
Well, I went on the old show to basically get a snap as it was there and then questionnaire out between the panelists that were on. Now, I knew that I knew that I'd be able to go on the show and ask everyone individually whether they were a flat earther or a globe earther, and did they believe in standard diffraction and looming, right? And that was for this next line of research that I'm doing, right? Something that I've been working on the past 2 months. And I had a belief that most, if not all, flat earthers would say that they didn't believe in standard diffraction looming. And I believe that, again, most globers would say that, right? Because in order to put out why I think there is so much animosity between the two camps on this particular subject, and the research that I've been doing, which may answer everybody's question, right? It may give a win for flat Earth about there is no standard refraction looming. You can have localized flat water, but it can still be a globe. Sounds very convoluted, I know, but trust me, there's research out there by other people far more intelligent than I that have already done this sort of work, but not in the flat Earth, not have tied it into flat Earth. But if I'm able to bring that in as like a go-between between the two camps, you know, then that might satisfy a lot of people.
What do you think Ranty's talking about there? People who've done research about water. What do you reckon?
He's talking about consensus in two bodies of science or whatever, and he is offering this the way how to make this consensus.
The real globe.
He has solution between flat Earth and globe Earth.
Yeah.
So
I have as well with pictures, right? Pictures are just pictures, and there is only one reality. So anything that happens in reality, that's it. That's all we've got. So proofs in reality. The real globe. I'm not too sure what Ranty's talking about.
but still, looming or whatever, it is not reality. This is physical reality in that way, because it affects only our vision. So now we can see in this picture that this is very large mirroring now. Before it was nearly zero mirroring, but now we can see mirroring.
Elevation change.
But of course, there is no mirror. It is here.
Yeah, there's no water in that picture either. It's all mirroring.
Yes. So it is, but we know that there is water, of course. So nothing changed in reality. So something happened with our vision here, and it has nothing to do with, let's say, physical reality. Water is where it was, but it cannot explain, let's say, shape of the Earth. So this picture can show to everyone how pictures cannot prove anything about shape of the Earth.
Exactly. Just an image, right? Like when he said there's he wants to make a consensus between flat Earth and globe Earth, right? I think what he means is that the flat Earth and the globe Earther thinks you can actually do something with a picture. Whereas the consensus should be, it's just a picture. It can't prove anything, neither one way or the other. What you're meant to do with pictures is look at them and go, oh, that's nice.
Yes, now we can see mirroring, we can, which were not present before, but this is, let's say, the same, not the same. Picture of the same things here.
Yeah.
The same Blackpool Tower and the same things in there.
Well, that's what we did. We went to go and take some pictures at different elevations to find out exactly where that guy took the picture from. And we found it. The tallest dune on the beach there was. Right? He went up for this reason. Lower you go, you get that mirroring. He didn't want that, so he had to go as high as he possibly could. Which none of these other guys worked out. Everybody was saying it was just a guy walking along the trail taking a picture. Well, that's the sort of picture you get when you're on the trail. We went there and positioned the mountain in the background exactly to find exactly where he took the picture from. Ranty and Cats and nobody else bothered to do that, and nobody else has bothered to come and ask us. It's really weird how it all means so much to them, but actually knowing the preciseness of where it was and who took the picture, because Ranty went to the wrong place when he went there. Cats went to the wrong place. It's terrible. How well they do their research is not at all. It's obvious it was scripted.
And be easier for people to say, well, yeah, that's why we see too far. Of course, you know, I mean, it's nothing to do with standard difference.
See too far. That's another one of my pet fucking hates. How can you see too far? What the fuck does that even mean? It's a vacuous statement that's been taught to everybody through this arena. Anybody outside this arena would think that sounds fucking ridiculous. They'd automatically dismiss those words because they mean nothing. We see too far.
Diffraction, which flat earthers don't believe, but then the globe earthers get the win anyway because it's still a globe, so it's like a win-win for everyone. But I needed that snapshot of time.
The globe earthers get a win because it's a globe. This globe.
Because this globe, yes. So this is a win, obvious win.
Obvious win for the globers because this globe. And the flat earthers get all of my pictures. You know, the reality pictures, the pictures that people take in reality. So he's assigning all of those to one. It's like so weird. I don't know.
To jump in, ask the panelists as it was at that moment before anything was spoken about. And I had that opportunity, and I did. I came and I asked it. And I was just about to hit mute and go on silence, and Brandon hit me with it. Well, he said, well, what do you think? So I had to answer the question, you know, there and then on the spot, as I'd asked everybody else. Are you a flat earther, globe earther, and do you believe in standard refraction? Well, I hadn't told anybody what I was going to say about the show, and I wasn't 100% sure either what I was going to say. Still was, you know, it was sticking in my throat to even think about saying I was going back to the globe. But when I was asked at that moment in time, I just said what I said normally, because I wasn't, as I say, I didn't intend to actually just say, yeah, I'm going back to the globe. I wanted to put this information out first and then move forward. Well, put the information out, show what I'd seen, do the analysis on it, say I was going to go away for a time, research it, come back with a different explanation, and then say, it's easier for me to go back on the globe because of this.
Right, does see all of this that he's talking about? Does it sound like he saw my son's picture and that's what made him change his mind, like everybody else has said to this day? Or does it sound like this is a scripted thing that he's got planned?
Right, because of this research. But I didn't do that on Katz's channel. I just said that. But I haven't put the research out yet that will show that, hey, you can have flatter water in different locations because of this, but it's still a globe. And the reason you get, and if you've got flatter water, you are going to see further because that 8 inches per mile squared isn't uniform all over the globe, right?
Okay. So, but it's not just flat water, right? Because you yourself have
flat water. Ranty's trying to sell flat water to the globers. Genius. I like it.
taken observation. So you have one, I don't know if it's a Blackpool Tower or wherever that fall is, but 18 miles, 1 foot observation shore to shore. So you're seeing the other shore without inferior mirage in some of your videos that I've seen personally. So how that doesn't answer that you could have longer flat water spots, but then you have to say the land is flat to that point too, right?
No, I think it all pans in. It's easier for a globe earther to just say it's refraction, right? Than to explain, you know, when I've put this research out, what am I going to say I'm going to call it? I have no idea, right? I've been working with Conspiracy Cats on it. We have got papers that back us up on this, so it's not something that's just going to be just put out there and it's all garbledly and, you know, doesn't make any sense to anybody. But what the hell do we call it? I mean, how do you explain to somebody what we're going to explain when you can just say refraction and then you don't have any comeback on that? Because as a globe earther, it's basically like the silver bullet. It's a silver bullet to a werewolf, right? Doesn't matter how big the werewolf is. You've got a silver bullet, you can just shoot it, right? But, you know, werewolves don't accept that silver bullets exist, right? And that's the divide that we have, right?
werewolves just don't accept that silver bullets exist. Did he really just say that within an analogy?
Yes, and they can be saved by that because they don't believe in silver bullets. This is brilliant logic.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well done, Ranty.
But what happens if there's a medium there, an in-betweener, an in-between thing? And hopefully we're going to put some information out that should hopefully appease people.
What
and if it does,
happens to
then it
that
works out
information?
great. If it doesn't and nobody cares about it, listen to it and they go, oh, it's a lot of bollocks, fuck it. We'll just go back to arguing with each other and digging trenches and just pretending we're back in World War One again and just fucking firing at each other. And nobody goes in that ground in the middle that says, you know, this could be something that you want to look at.
Yeah, let's just talk about fucking reality, guys. Hey, guys, can we just talk about reality and proofs about reality? How about that?
And this is something that you
Be
could
nice,
perhaps
wouldn't it?
accept. And if you accept that and you accept this, then, you know, you can work together and you can just come to a consensus rather than globe earthers always assuming that flat earthers are fucking retarded.
Again, for me, Ranty, and I said this in my Skype chat to you, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think, I mean, you're saying a lot of in between things, like you just said we to a flat earther, so you camped yourself back in the flat earth group. Maybe that was habit. Earlier on this same chat, you said I had to put myself in the globe position temporarily or for a short time, something like that. Again, which is sort of on the edge. So, like, if I were to ask you point blank, what percentage are you that you're now 100% sure it's a globe? Like, are you 52-48 globe to flat? Are you 60-40? Kind of what's that look like? Because again, you just, some of the things you're saying are still a little on the line.
Yeah, okay, so let's go back to what you said then. What was the second thing you said? When you said go back for a time, yeah. So basically what I had to do, so when I was trying to reconcile about that image, I had to go back to square one. I had to put myself back as a glober. So let's go, but we'll be in there in April. So let's go back to February.
He had to put himself as a glober, and you know what that is. Like he said, 'tis globe. It's dead easy, isn't it, when you're a glober? Now let's analyse this picture as a glober. Oh, 'tis globe. Of course. Let's go.
I had to go back to February, accept that, you know, let's take this out of the box. Let's go back to being a glober, because I went through every explanation that flat earth could offer about that one image, right? And I couldn't answer it as a flat earther. So I had to go back to being a glober at that moment in time. And
see, here's his problem. Ranty saw a picture and then had to say flat or globe from a picture. Whereas really he should have just said, oh, that's a nice picture. Like everybody else, like normal people. Normal people can just look at pictures as they are pictures. But people like Ranty, Flat Earth Society guys, I'd say, see a picture and they're obsessed. They become obsessed with that picture and what it shows, even though it doesn't actually show anything. It's just a picture. But that's what happens, and that's what Ranty's done. Only a certain type of people get so obsessed with pictures, images, imagination.
say, right, okay, then let's apply some of the knowledge that I've understood about flat Earth and try and find something different. Try and find an explanation for all the research that I've done, all the research that the Plain Truth has done, all the research that Wide Awake has done, and say to her, or try and apply this into a globe model, right? So when I said that, that's what I was meaning back then, so that's when I said that. As for what my percentage is, well, having seen the image, it's quite definitive that I know people live in that location and that on a flat plane, they would be underwater. So it's not even in question, it's so, the imagery is so clear, and it's not just the one image as well. I was able to drag the same information out from Bev's image, So based upon that and knowing
my son's image
that I can go to that location as many times as I want,
he can't.
I'm back on the globe, mate. I'm 100% back on the globe.
He can go to that place as many times as he wants, except he's only ever been there once and didn't see what he wanted to see. Katz has been there once and he also didn't see what he wanted to see either. Got even less pictures than Ranty. As you've just seen in the whole video here so far, it's just footage of that particular area, all video, not just one image, all video.
Yeah, you're not trying to refute the Black Swan with this theory?
No, not at all. In fact, you know, if my theory is true, if my theory is correct, and Conspiracy Cat's theory is correct too, well, I say Conspiracy Cats is helping me with this research, so I'm not going to lump him in with this right now because I don't want to speak for him. But if my theory is correct, then the Black Swan is actually a function of nature. It's just a function of how this globe functions.
Oh, the Black Swan is the one that disproves something, and that Ranty has managed to fit it into how the globe works.
Ranty's Black Swan for the globe.
The Black Swan gets incorporated into the globe. Imaginometry, right? Anything that's contradictory to the globe proves the globe. It's wrote into the imaginometry. These are the people that fucking give us that shit, right? All I do is just document the stupid shit, and it's all in there. All of their excuses, all of the stupid shit that they say. Now, who heard that? Who heard Ranty saying that? Like, why is nobody else picked it up? And nobody else has picked it up because nobody actually understands what a Black Swan is. Nobody's been taught the logic behind it. The reason why it's a Black Swan. People now think a Black Swan is a picture of an oil rig. That's how bad it is. That's how dumbed down we all are. Simple logic. Fucking hell, man. Listen to that again. So good.
Is actually a function of nature. It's just a function of how this globe functions, right? So it wouldn't be a Black Swan. It would just be a function of nature.
Like, can anybody remember when we were taking the piss out of him saying it's just a white swan? Like, it's a white swan. The Blackpool white swan. This picture that we're looking at now is a white swan. You just go there and take pictures of it. It's just a picture of reality. That's all. They're all white swans. Ranty's incorporated the Black Swan into the white swan. Just showing you that reality is reality. They're all white swans.
Function of nature. Just neologism, you know. Okay.
No.
You'll know that I gave it 110%. I must have spent 200 hours trying to analyze this image in a different way other than globe.
If it sucks, I don't know why.
He looked at the picture for 200 hours, tried to analyze it some other way other than globe. It's just a fucking picture.
Yes, but you know, this requires meditation. I would say that 200 is not too much for this particular picture, you know. This requires serious meditation.
Why? Anyways, I've never really talked to you, Ranty, I don't think.
Quick question, 2 questions for you. When you took this last observation that you're talking about, what was your elevation?
He didn't take it, right? When you took this last, like Ranty hasn't done
2
it. Let's see, we
questions
go.
for you. When you took this last observation that you're talking about, what was your elevation and the camera eye height? What was its elevation, and what was the elevation of the mountain and the distance the mountain was away from you?
Okay,
You know
well,
this at the top of your head, Ranty?
well, firstly, I didn't take. Are you talking about an image that I might have taken locally, or are you talking about this particular image that I've been presenting?
I'm sorry, I thought you said you took that image.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
think the particular image on question, yeah.
So the particular image in question, it's taken from a place called the Velvet Trail in Southport, and the Google Earth elevation for that says around about 6 to 8 meters. Now, I've been to that location several times before in the past.
Once.
And I'm going to say that it's probably closer to 12 meters in elevation.
Bullshit. Thought he's added 4 or 5 meters on for no apparent reason, just because he's trying to give local information. The Google, he knows better than Google because he's been there once.
Just because I know the location and just because I know where the tide comes up to, and looking at the image, I'm going to assume, quite probably reasonably actually, that it's at low tide.
So he thinks low tide has changes the elevation, right? From this, I go back again. Listen,
Yes.
he thinks that the tide changes the elevation that you're
Meters.
at.
Now, I've been to that location several times before in the past, and I'm going to say that it's probably closer to 12 meters in elevation, just because I know the location and just because I know where the tide comes up to, and looking at the image, I'm going to assume, quite probably reasonably actually, that it's at low tide. And based upon those factors, I'm going to give an elevation of about 12 meters. Now,
Yeah, he thinks elevation changes with the tide. He thinks sea level
Yes,
alters.
level changes, so
Yeah.
elevation changes, yes.
Yeah, he thinks the mean sea level changes
But
with the
still,
sea level.
So people standing on the ground, they are changing elevation and
Yeah.
they don't feel that. Okay. It's like rotation of the globe. We are rotating, but of course we cannot feel that.
And what Ranty doesn't actually realise is this part of, because of where we are in the country and all of the places, there is a 10-meter tide. It's one of the highest different tides that we have in the UK. And so we have 10 meters here. Now down at Newlyn, where they did the mean sea level, I think they have about a 2-foot tide. That's how much difference there is. So whilst your elevation, if we work with Ranty, being stood in Blackpool, in Southport, your elevation will change 10 meters without you moving. It would only change about 2 foot in a different place. So yeah, you can obviously Ranty's not got a clue about anything, how level works, how mean sea level is done, how elevations are measured or calculated or whatever. It doesn't matter. Ranty's not got a clue. Thinks it's based on where the fucking tide is.
I've been to the location a few times. Bev went to that's Bev Try Thinking. He went to the same spot too. He's a level earther, let's say. And he went to the same location too.
Ranty shouldn't ever speak for me, I'm telling you that.
And he's described himself around about 20 feet in elevation, which is about 7 meters or so. So we're not too far off 7 meters, 12 meters.
No, 7 meters is the height of the sand dune, the biggest sand dune where he was when he took the picture. That's where I've said it was. Ranty's saying 12 meters. I don't know how he's going to get up there.
doesn't really matter. I think you could even go up to 25 meters. It really doesn't make much.
You could go up to 25 meters at the fucking seaside. Holy
It's going
shit.
higher and higher.
Much difference.
How much of the mountain was hidden, Ranty?
I would guesstimate about 350 meters. That would be a solid guess. What
solid guess. I'll give you my best solid guess. Estimate.
Special about this image is because it was just local to me, and I'd never seen the mountains so clear. I'd never seen all the peaks and everything covered in snow, so you could see all the ridges on it.
Don't forget, Ranty lives in Blackpool. It would be loads easier for him to turn and look at these mountains. The fact he can't see them because Blackpool's in the way he seems to be struggling with it. He thinks there's something wrong, some sort of a drop when you put Blackpool in between the mountains and where he was.
And
yeah, I just got the image up on screen. I got the image up on screen as you speak.
Yeah, and because it's got shadows on it as well, it's got all the 3D effects on it and everything like that. So it really looks like a 3D image. I mean, you just look at that and it's just screaming to be analysed. You look at that and it's just screaming to be analysed. And for me personally, you know, having never experienced or seen curvature locally, then to actually see this image and think, I can analyse this. This is going to be a flat Earth proof. This will validate all my work. Look at how beautiful this image is, and then I analyze it and think, fuck.
Well, would you like to go through the Mount San Jacinto image together and analyze it the same way? All right.
Yeah,
I'll contact you.
Yeah, I would like that because I haven't. I'll be honest. I'll be absolutely hold my hands up. I didn't really ever pay any attention to that image. In fact, I haven't really looked at J-Toll. In fact, you look on my channel, I don't really promote J-Toll and media at all. I don't think I've ever shown any of his work. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I might have done once maybe, but I don't really follow his work. So, you know.
I will look forward for that. If you sit down with Bob one day and just to look at that picture and break it down, that would be cool to see, because I typed earlier a flat earther to get to any kind of conclusion. You cannot sit down with another flat earther that had very hard hold on the flat earth. You have to sit down with the opposite view where they got their side of view. When you sit down together, then you will find that middle spot if you are both honest on the analysis. And
right, so when you're looking at a picture, you can't look at a picture and analyze a picture with just two flat earthers looking at pictures together. I mean, like, you can't combine two 100 hours and come up with a 200-hour observation of a picture.
It has to be teamwork, especially that this picture is screaming banshee picture. Very serious.
Yeah, this is serious business, analyzing pictures.
Hey Bev, I just posted it in live chat. But it's about a 7-minute video, but between 5-minute 15 and 6-minute 15, it's about a minute, maybe a minute and 10 seconds long. It has Ranty demonstrating how you can't use distant mountains and what you get. He literally explains it on a flat earth and says that you can't, and says that any time Globers bring these pictures with distant mountains, and he debunked it. If you get a chance, you should look that over. It would be perfect to play at this moment.
Well, I mean, he's just going over his analysis. We all know that Ranty, right? He doesn't, whatever Ranty's saying, it's a load of bullshit. And Ranty hasn't got a clue. His logic's off. He's been there and he's just lying. He's never took whatever he does. I think he's about to go into the mountain bit now, I think, hopefully.
Right.
That would be cool.
And that 1 minute has him blatantly lying, though, like blatantly. But anyway, I'm like...
Thank you. Well, here, let me just say that I have no...
You can name the channel, I'll host it, or you can name the channel where you want it hosted.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Yeah, we'll do it on yours.
Wow, Bob.
Yeah, for me personally, though, this was a personal exploration. This I didn't search out Conspiracy Cats or Ruhif for a validation of this. This was all me, you know. I was trying to push them to do any kind of research on it or to present something ready. I mean, I told them this 2 months ago, and they just sat.
Ruhif told us that he gave Ranty the picture, although it's been claimed the other way around. Hard to know who to trust, isn't it?
On the hands and did nothing. It was me that was worried about this image. It was me that was doing the analysis. It was me that was really struggling to come to terms with that. And I didn't get the help from them to figure it out. I literally did all this myself, which was a cathartic moment for me.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can you see the picture, Ranty?
Hold on. Which
It's
one?
in chat. 10:17 p.m.
10:17.
This is the image that you analysed, yeah?
Hold on. 10:17. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This is the image that you analysed.
Yes.
I reposted it.
Is the sun coming in from the west?
Coming in from the west.
On the mountains, would them shadows indicate the sun is setting in the west?
Yeah, it would indicate that. I mean, don't forget this was taken back in around about February, which means that we don't get, you know, it's a very quick Sunday back. You know, the sun is only up for a short time. So I would, based upon what I'm seeing here and based upon those angles, I'm going to say if it was sunset at 4 o'clock, it's likely that this was taken sometime in the early afternoon, maybe 1 o'clock or 1:30.
We can see in the foreground this long grass that got shadow in from that left-hand side, which would be the west as well. Yes.
It looks to me as I don't know what you're asking. It looks to me like based upon what I can see of the shadows, that the sun was probably around about 1 o'clock in the sky.
Right.
Randy,
Why isn't Blackpool Tower lit up by the sun?
Blackpool Tower, because it's closed down during the winter.
Oh.
Good response.
Oh, what?
Okay, so
they've closed it down. That's why there's no sun on it.
Closed the sun because Blackpool Tower is not operating. So
they close it down. They don't close it down. It's Blackpool fucking Tower. Fuck's sake. What's he talking about? Why is there no sun on it? Brian's doing right because Brian came round here and talked to us. He knows exactly why we went there to take a picture, and how fake it is. It's two images. One is of an early morning Blackpool, and the other one is of a nighttime with the sun on it. So it's either been touched up or, well, I don't know. Nobody wanted to talk about that though.
So they turn the sun off, do they, in the winter?
No, they turn Blackpool Tower off in the winter.
Right. Why isn't it lit up by the same sun that is casting the shadows on the mountains?
Maybe
doesn't light up.
Maybe because the mountains are covered in snow and there's a very big contrast, and you're able to see the shadows very clearly on a very white mountain range, as opposed to a very dull and dark series of buildings, including Blackpool Tower, which is just a very dark building if you've ever looked at it. So the shadows probably don't get very highlighted on them, but on the ridges behind, covered in snow that are brilliant white, I would assume that they would be the most prominent feature in this image.
Don't you think there is a discrepancy in the lighting from the foreground to the midground and to the background? Is that not?
No. Having been out and taken photography in the past, this is just seems to be like a regular image. Bev,
you cannot do geometry from a photograph.
You're a bevtard, and I know you've come in here. Let me post the image.
I'm not a bevtard at all.
You are a bevtard.
Geometry from a photograph.
Here we go. There we go. Guys. I'm going to post the image. I've posted the image for
Thank you. I'll post that on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh yes.
For Jose to show up.
Thank you. Yeah.
So you can absolutely see the same trough in the same location with the same elevation in relation to the tower. You can absolutely see all that. The parallax issue is nothing. He was probably 15 or 20 meters to the left of where this image was originally taken. And he was from the same spot, same location, same car park, but you're seeing the same relative positions of everything, and you can definitely still see the same trough in the same spot.
So that peak that's to the right of Blackpool Tower, in Bev's picture, it is just to the left of Blackpool Tower. That would alter if Bev had moved 3 foot to the left, do you think?
What, it would have altered what? How much parallax do you... How much?
No, the peak. I'm talking about the peak.
Yes, what about it?
The peak that is to the right of Blackpool Tower in the snowy image, it is to the left of Blackpool Tower in Bev's.
Who does Ranty sound like there? Does that sound like Rumpus? With his yes.
Yes. I'm talking about the trough. See the big trough between those two hills, just to the right hand side of the main image. See that big trough? You can still see that big trough in
from
Bev's
the same
image.
place, are they?
It's
how can you compare
within 15 meters of it? And
it's not 15 meters. If Bev had moved 15 meters, that would move to the left.
No, yes, I've been there. I know how photography works. I would imagine that you couldn't probably pick up one image right now and present it us from your camera that shows any kind of flat Earth research.
Ranty, such a sad why have we got Flat Earth Society in there? What are we talking about? Oh, Eric, nice one. Keeping them distracted though.
Go ahead, show me an image that you've taken that shows flat Earth research, please.
I don't use pictures.
Right, okay, so you don't use pictures, right? Thank you. Right,
no, they're all distorted.
So anyway, so this is
parallax.
I appreciate it, but Brian, make your last statement so we can move on and get somebody.
See, Brian's saying there, all pictures are distorted. You can't do fuck all with the picture. Nobody listens to it. And Brian isn't a Bev-tard either. It's just a realist. Somebody who knows that you can do fuck all with a picture. It's like an angle. It's like imagining an angle from a picture. Who did that? Oh, Ranty and the guys did that, didn't they? They did the trigonometry based on a picture. Imagine that.
Right. All pictures are distorted by the atmosphere. You should never, ever try and do any sort of measurements from an image, especially over tens or hundreds of miles. 20 foot, 30 foot, you might get some sort of measurement, but nothing like this. The atmosphere distorts what you're seeing. That's why railway tracks look like they're coming together when they don't. That is why the clouds look like they come down and touch the sea when they don't. It is distortion, and you should not take any measurements from anything that is distorted.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
That said, photometry is a well-defined science, and we measure things with photographs all the time.
You know, I mean, he's obviously come on to try and derail the parallax issue, which, to be fair, is about a 15 or 20 meter deviation to the left from the same spot, from the same car park. And I could definitively go to that same location, take the same image and move 15, 20 meters to one way or the other, and you would see a similar parallax to what you're actually looking at here. And I'll tell you why, because the top of Blackpool Tower is, let's say, it's about 80 meters around the top. And if you look at how much it's parallaxed, it's not that much. And when you consider the distances between the two, which is about a 1/4 ratio, you only have to move about 20 meters to one side to get that same parallax. So, Brian, you need to understand your trigonometry and whatever else you need to understand. You need to understand optics, because you clearly do not. But one thing that wouldn't have changed is the relative positions of these, or the heights. of these, and it's very definitive. You can even see the trough in the image, and it's the trough that I'm focusing on. I'm not asked about anything else. Let me post an image of what I'm talking about. I don't even need to talk about the parallax. I don't need to talk about the what it should look like trigonometry wise, whether the tower should be higher than the mountain. I don't need to talk about that. The only
is trigonometry wise. What's he talking about? The Blackpool Tower has a known elevation. The mountains in the background have a known elevation. There's a known position for all of that. Everything is known. What does Ranty think he's going to do with a picture to everything that's already been known and measured? What exactly are these people talking about? Exactly. Other people have done this with pictures. Picture surveying. Armchair picture surveying from YouTube.
The only thing I'm interested in is this image here, and I'm going to show it you now. And it's all about what you can see on the mountain. There's some definitive things on that mountain that you can pick out, and based upon the known elevations of those things, you can definitively prove where that mountain, the bottom of that mountain, should be in relation to Blackpool Tower.
You can't definitively prove anything from a picture. Ranty has just lied.
Yes, and by the way, when he is talking about this Blackpool Tower and its relation to background mountains, the height or the drop, let's say, of these mountains is highly dependent on focal length of the camera. With different focal length, you can obtain different results in that manner. So sometimes you could see mountains higher and sometimes lower from the same location, just changing focal point. Simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we only go with the one camera, but well, we'll see what we can do. See what we can do.
As simple as that. I don't need trigonometry for this.
Can, I think you can change.
Yeah.
You can change because
change the F.
Obviously, in all, I think, in all the cameras, you always can change focal point. So, I think with new one, P900 and newer, so I think the same. I don't know how it works with this new electronics, but I would say that it is required to do pictures now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. Bit of testing. We'll get it.
I had to take some drastic measurements in today's call because it's Ranty the first day, and I wanted to chat with Ranty. We want to chat with Ranty, but when there's 3 or 4 people talking, I don't want a cheat show. I want to just maybe clip this segment of we all hanging out with Ranty, but we don't need nobody shouting and yelling. And it's fair. It's been fair. So I got at least feedback from Chris Berry and other people that I'm doing okay by keeping it in the down low like this, so we can have a decent conversation. Shout out to Conspiracy Cats in the YouTube chat. Carry on, guys.
I posted an image in the chat if you want to put that up, Jose.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I got you. It is
okay.
Up.
Right, cool. So basically, you can see Bev there, and Bev. Sorry, Brian's one of Bev's minions. Bev eye line. Eye level Bev's. I don't have to see it. I don't have to say it's a globe. I don't have to ask. I don't have to work trigonometry. I don't have to talk about any of that. I just have to say, if this is a flat plane, where's the rest of that mountain then? Because Bev's, where's the rest of the mountain? That's it.
Did you put this into the curve calculator?
I did, but I don't even need to do that. But I did do that, and
you did put it in the curve calculator. And how did the results come back compared to what you actually saw?
Without refraction, there should have been 375 meters of missing.
And with standard refraction?
think it was about 320, something like that. And that fits right in the ball.
Pretty accurate. Yeah, pretty accurate.
It fits right in the ball.
So in other words, well in line.
Yep, okay. Well, almost identical. That's why when I first showed this to the world, let's say on Conspiracy Cats channel, it was a case of, you know, if you ever wanted to use an image for a globe Earth proof, then this was the one, and that was the reason why. It's because.
Isn't that weird, right? If you ever, this is ranty, if you ever wanted to use this, it would be the one. This particular image, isn't that weird that this is where we go to take pictures, where we have taken the Fata Morgana sunset pictures, where we went to do the under the horizon, where we went to do the optics tests. Isn't that a strange coincidence that this particular one picture claimed by Ranty to be the one thing that can prove the globe puts me in a very good position, isn't it? To do our optics tests anyway. We were destined to do it.
Because it's a spectacular image of the precise amount of hidden that you would expect on a globe. And
it's a nice white swan, but
definitive.
You know, black swans are prettier.
Be warned, Ranty is claiming you and him are creating a theory. I said Conspiracy Cats is helping me with some research, and this is all based upon me. This is all down to me. I said Conspiracy Cats is just helping me find the information. I said, so I'm not going to speak for him. I'm not going to make a claim on his behalf. If he wants to make a claim on it, that's entirely up to him. But me personally, this is my claim. And I was very adamant.
You see that? That's a picture of me. They've got turned into a GIF and put it on the picture there. Got me pointing at. It's got me pointing. So that's what he's talking about. That's when he's doing it. He's talking about my head and my chin. And he's put me as a mountain. And you can see my forehead and you can see my eyes. And you, oh, where's my nose? And you, oh, maybe your top lip. That's what he's talking about when Ranty's talking about this picture. It's got me. It's all me for some reason.
You can replay the tape and you will hear me say that, Rumpus. So please do not put words into my mouth and don't misrepresent me. And don't try, because just you are a refraction maniac, to try and already get in there and scupper it before it even starts. So behave yourself. Please don't expect that, you know, that I'm going to be making a channel or saying a Globe Earth debate platform and all that stuff that I've been asked, because I have been asked that. And that isn't, you know, that isn't what I'm here for. I was never in that for in the first place, really. That wasn't me, and I just came in to find out for myself. I ended up in a situation where I ended up doing all this research. But, you know, I'm here now, and I'm basically tying and saying no.
Background noise.
They can't process that. I still can't process that.
Can't listen to that. Sorry, I'm going to have to end that. Ranty in the Blackpool picture. Let me see whether we've got some. He's not going to want to come and talk. He's not going to want to come and talk.
Okay, I have to go to bed. Good night. All.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you later. Who else have we got? I've got some more of these. Rising Horizon. Linear triangles. Brenda, last bit.
3 coplanar points.
Last one.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level. The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is. Level. It really is.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
So here's the clip from Berkeley that was used by Quantum Eraser and or Nathan Oakley as the foundation of your definition of the scientific method.
What, can you tell me what an element within the physical universe that isn't made by humans is?
Everything within science, the term natural refers to any element of the physical universe made by humans or not.
Well, can you tell me, first of all, we'll start off with which are the ones that are not made by humans? I would imagine that'd be quite a few, right?
Well, things like dirt, air, trees.
Dirt isn't an element, Brenda. Come on.
Yeah, so
You can do better than that, surely.
So again, within science, the term natural refers to any element of the physical universe, whether made by humans or not.
Yep. And
right?
Dirt.
And so the part that Nathan and John.
This isn't set up, right? This actually happened. As I'm talking to people, you find out the true people. So this is Brenda bringing a citation or something that she's got from QE. And it's about the scientific method. But as we do here, we go back to first principles. I want to know what Brenda understands about an element. This is where we're at. These are the people that we're dealing with. Take this on as note and remember.
Is that natural simply refers to things that are not made by humans.
Right, so which are... go on. Let's have an example.
Excuse me. So they try to claim that natural just refers to things that are not made by humans, but in science, natural refers to anything in the physical universe made by people or not.
Okay. Can you give us an example then of something that isn't made by humans?
Right. Something that isn't made by humans are things like rocks, trees, the air, all those things.
All those elements. Okay. So elements, rocks, trees, and air. They're elements for Brenda. Elements that aren't made by humans. Brenda's trying to tell us about the scientific method here. The old element of tree and rock and air. Has anybody ever heard of the air element? Where do you reckon it is on the periodic table? Rocks and trees and air. And which are the elements that aren't made, that are made by humans? Human-made elements. Which are they?
Things that are made by people would be things like shoes.
Shoes! I knew it! Thank you.
Shoes are made by people.
But they're not really elements, are they?
Within science, the term natural refers to any element of the physical universe. They're using it in the sense of thing.
Right, like shoe element. Where's that on the... Can you show us where that is on the periodic table for us, please?
Shoe is a thing, isn't it?
On the periodic table?
No, a shoe is a thing.
It is, yes. A shoe is definitely a thing.
Yes.
Is it an element? It's up for debate at the minute. Can you give us some sort of a proof, please?
They're not using the word in the sense of chemical elements.
Are they not?
No.
Oh, so like in a scientific journal, when they say element, they mean thing.
Not using this. This is not a scientific journal. This is the Berkeley website that teaches science to children.
Yeah. And you're claiming that somebody made it wrong, right? Somebody did
so
something wrong with it.
They're talking about things, not chemical elements.
Oh, man. That's Brenda. That's what we have to deal with. Brenda, elements and shoes and rocks and trees. I see Blue's come back again. Nice one, Blue. Good to see you. You're talking about our optics test where we proved that the guy that may or may not live in Maine's a lying shit, and he can't have measured what he said he measured when he wrote down them things in his little book. Oh, Kenny's in there as well. Bev didn't measure anything. You saw me holding the measuring rod. What was measured, Kenny? Blue marble science. You guys don't know what a measurement is. You're so sad, guys. So sad. Okay, how long have we been going? Oh, we've been going 4 hours. Nearly 5 hours. What a show. You don't get this anywhere else. Join us tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the philosophy course, Hillsdale College. So we'll come in, do half hour, probably go over a few Twitter things or whatever, have a little bit of a chat, and then it'll be into the Discord to do the philosophy. So please come into the Discord tomorrow. It's one of the best nights of the week, my new favourites. Logic. It is Logic night, right? Logic and Trivium. We'll probably do Wednesday again as well. I think we're going over metaphysics this time. It'll probably took us 2 shows last time. Okie dokie. Blue marble. Yeah, he's like Ranty. Obviously obsessed with images. Have a look at the divided line. You'll see what we mean. We get Buster up ready. Okay, thank you very much for joining us. Anybody got any final words? No. Okie dokie. Thank you very much for joining us. Like I say, join us tomorrow in the Discord though. So get it all set up. Come on in. And we'll do some philosophy together. Thank you very much. Be at peace with your monad, whatever shape it may be.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster.